comes to inbound, not Varejao. They get it to LeBron. Turiaf's on him at 3 and 2. LeBron to win the game. He does! He does! Back-to-back one-point losses for the Warriors at the Horn.
But when it comes to crunch time, they dig down and they have some kind of magic inside those bodies.
9 of 23 shooting before that shot. And LeBron hits that to win the game.
LeBron James about ready to bring the fans on the far side of the court to their feet with his usual pregame ritual. And now we're officially ready for basketball here at the Q. Let's check in with Doris Burke. Hey, Doris.
Think about it. That's the difference between winning a championship and going on vacation.
LeBron James to the rim and one. The cutter is LeBron. They are shredding the Celtics right now.
P.J. Brown, he gave him good minutes last year in the playoffs.
Give the other Celtics. I don't want to talk, not just Stephon Marbury. I don't want to talk about Joe Smith as LeBron James finished. I don't want to talk about.
And you're Danny Ainge. I think you have to be thinking long-term vision. Write the names down of your non-starters. There's without question. LeBron James 1, Kobe Bryant 2, and I would say Dwayne Wade 3 earlier today, before the game.
Well, as we see number 23 go up and down the court, Ray Allen. Rondo misses the follow. Front runner for MVP, but for Defensive Player of the Year. He got the foul and the buckets. As the giant billboard says outside the arena, we are all witnesses. LeBron lines up a 3 and knocks down another one, his 3rd of the night. Now Garnett is out on Mo Williams. LeBron drives and lays it in.
No person going to get out of line on that team when your best player does what James does.
Man, oh man. Anything he wants right now.
When he realized the big Russian bleeds.
LeBron another steal. His 4th of the night. Unbelievable. Unstoppable.
Doing it all tonight.
With all the incredible performances you guys have seen him have, is this as good an all-round?
Kills your defense as Rose gets a little out of control.
West to LeBron.
Dump it out. Long three-point shot as LeBron.
Whoa!
Basketball as LeBron turns it over again.
And then the Cavs get it back.
Great hustle, Mo Williams.
Here it comes. Wow. Wow.
Look at this jab step into the lane in the first quarter. Crowd now want to see James shoot. He does and hits. Cleveland with 10. Here's James.
Yes. Well, you know this guy is ready to get going now. He's had a great to 2.
James. Yes, another foul. Took a ball from Fernandez. So LeBron looking in this 3rd quarter to get to the rim. James banking on Outlaw. Roy comes over to help. And LeBron hits. 4 on the 24. Down to 2. Here is James. Banks it home. LeBron James taking over in the final minute and a half.
LeBron fouled by Evans and puts it in off the window. Now Spike Lee saw a lot of that when LeBron lit up the Garden last month against Spike's Knicks.
Kind of knows Dwight. Trying to get him back. Goaltending is called on LeBron James.
Behind his back, step back.
And James got the step and puts it down. Oh, the quick step.
Prince took a shot in the mouth on that. James to the basket, up and under. Pretty move. James throws it right to Iverson. Iverson on the charge. Throws it up, blocked by James. They wanted it in the block shot.
And the turnover, but what you want from your stars, don't give up on plays. LeBron James, time and time again, the first half of this season.
Kind of help out the people who've lost so much.
Good job done by Rip Hamilton helping out his hometown as James drives it, counts it, and a foul. They have the numbers. Perfect pass to James.
Back to James. Passed on a three. Played tight by the rookie Courtney Lee. Here's James. LeBron. Hooked off by West. LeBron James. Yes. And the foul. 18 points. Here's James. Oh, beautifully done on a...
Phil Jackson's countered with a smaller lineup. He likes to go small and put Lamar Odom in the place of Bynum in the fourth quarter. So he's got Lamar Odom guarding LeBron James now. LeBron just too big, quick, and strong.
James to the basket. Makes it look easy.
Can we agree on this?
Still number 2 all-time assists. Chris Paul's going to have to do a lot of dishing to come close to that. James flips it up, shot, gets the roll. Start. He's going to be starting probably quite a bit with Delonte West out. Wow. James, a finish.
Hey, I'm clearing the bench. I'm taking
lead. Talk about the strength, the speed, the athleticism. It's just me and the rim. My goodness, that's the stuff that dreams are made.
He makes that look so easy.
Surrounded LeBron James with a bunch of shooters. If you help, you pay the price, and he gets from the dance.
Yeah, well, if he hits that, more power to him, right? 6. Gibson on the drive, the runner, short. James on the follow. Wow.
Teardrop by Gibson, but mama, there goes that man. LeBron James out of nowhere. Give me that rebound.
James, shot clock at 7. Puts up the jumper, puts it in. 2 on the shot clock, James. Oh, LeBron James capping off another strong performance.
LeBron's got Perkins, and Kendrick claps his hands and says, bring it on, 23. Take that. A 3. Block the ball before it goes in. Here's LeBron last trip down on Perkins.
Good ball movement. West couldn't cash it in. LeBron working on the glass over Wallace.
As we're going on, so let's give them the credit for knocking people out.
And here they come on the break. LeBron James, strong and 1. Wow, did he cover ground. Miller with the quick run out. James with the pack, but it's a goaltend.
As he's going here, the shot is going up right now. And in my opinion, that ball was still
some ground.
If you're not going to just dunk it with 2 hands. I mean, stop with the showtime. The showtime, you got your 0.
Oh, James for the 2nd consecutive night.
The forearms were close to his body. We call that a moving screen.
Oh, there you go. And that's a 3-pointer, a smooth one.
And get a double-figure lead.
Elton Brand really doesn't seem like himself. LeBron does tonight. LeBron with 14 on the fast break.
As James' first shot of the afternoon is good, which is 23. Dominique Wilkins has that record. James gets inside. Pretty hot hand.
So you don't want to be like my man or yo rest. Yeah, it makes a difference because it makes them feel important.
The fake back up top. James squares, hits a 3.
To the game. Good. See, he had to kind of hold up there for a little bit. Shot clock down to 5. James the jumper. And that's what you told about, Jeff. James fires away, puts it in. Lead up to 7 for Cleveland.
Mama, there goes that man. My goodness. Give him ass space. LeBron James gets a rhythm, steps into it. Not much you can do with your kid. Just contest a shot, which he does not do. But LeBron James is that standing up. Everybody's into it. The way they're intense before the game. They play for one another on both ends of the floor.
West kicks it out. The good ball movement. James wide open 3. Bang! 15-point lead for Cleveland. Pass on the drive, turns it over, 2nd straight possession. Here's West, back to James, puts it up, puts it in, and a foul. Cavaliers pulling away here in the 3rd.
And you know what LeBron is thinking. I wish Derek Stafford.
James fires away the 3. That's good. Just pouring it on.
Williams steals, heads the other way. Leaves it for LeBron and a quick smash for the right hand. LeBron James and the Cavaliers off to an electric start with 5. Wallace switches outside. The pass thrown cross court, intercepted by LeBron. Takes Stuckey inside. Stuckey trying to rip it. Can't. Fouls him, and LeBron plays through it to lay it in. LeBron intercepts, has a step on Iverson, who'll just grab him out on the open floor. But LeBron gets continuation to the rim and lays it in. Look at him split the pair, spins on Hamilton, straightens and lays it up and in. LeBron James. Cavalier bench is starting to turn it on a little bit. Iverson into the lane, and LeBron James there to erase it. And he collects Maurice Williams.
No, sir.
I can fly. 2 fouls have been called in the quarter. One was an offensive foul on this man, LeBron James. That counts, and he'll head to the line.
Well, I don't know. If you're Kurt Heinrich, do you just let him go?
Good play by Wallace, and LeBron with the stuff. Order. Anthony trying to put a move on, lost the handle. Here comes West with the lead pass for James. And then bounced around at the start of his career before nice pass. James slams it. Mo Williams. James. Oh, another power move by LeBron. He has 9 points. James with the fake on the pass.
Comes down at the offensive end.
Here's James. Off glass. That counts. James. Yes. 17 points.
LeBron saw the commitment that Kobe was willing to make, and I think LeBron took some of that back.
And as you say that, a beautiful move by LeBron James counted and a foul. So LeBron will. Here's James to the pull-up. He hits it with 9.
Well, what is it, 122 points a game since Alvin Gentry's taken over?
LeBron James.
Teams like Oklahoma City and Golden State with a lot of young guys. As LeBron James hits the jump shot and gets fouled.
It's just a different climate as James, who had missed his previous 10 from downtown.
Seasons.
Able to go the distance. James with that skip dribble. And on the spin is able to knock it down. What a shot by LeBron. So tempting.
Triple doubles with Grant
would have had. Here is James.
Locker room right now is being reevaluated.
Oh, Richardson with a bad play as he tried to spin, and it cost him. The shot was blocked. LeBron to the rim.
He's a pick and pop player. When you run that pick and roll with Dwayne Wade, you're going to get a lot of looks.
LeBron James from downtown. That's 10 to be through here rather quickly. LeBron James, yes. And by LeBron, 21 points for Bryant. That was his 3rd from 3-point land. Oh, James with the reverse. LeBron spinning his way. That'll count.
Well, this is the guy who's put his hat into the slam dunk competition for next year.
Will present the All-Star Game Most Valuable Player Award. We'll be back in a moment.
Talk about all the points in the paint against the Cavaliers on Friday. 8-0 already here today.
Up and let him work and force Duncan to play him.
Good activity by Jackson to keep this trip alive. James taking Finley in deep for 2. Familiar with that team?
Yeah, a little bit.
Your Knick teams went in there and gave a great battle. Parker knocked down a couple. He's got 6. James goes glass in front of Tim Duncan. A little glass.
Fourth quarter.
Daniel Gibson, Joe Smith in. Right now, Michael Finley cannot stop LeBron James. He's been trying to handle him on his own.
No, as you notice, though, they're not double teaming him, and they're saying, hey, we're going to stay because we're not going to give you the threes. Well,
LeBron's fade by players to go against as he takes the lob on cue and gets to 26.
Mike,
over the limit.
Now just keep an eye on this back screen. See, the pass came in, and the guard steps right in and back screens his man. That's the 2nd time they've run this play now on the lob. Night out of 50-point quarter, not 50-point half. 9 in this game.
Oh, the touchdown pass to LeBron! Hold on! An old teammate back here found him in full flight on coming into today. Bowen, who's defended a lot of big scores in his time. Watches LeBron pose for some defensive cover as well. 2 to shoot, James. Tough shot. Oh, man!
Oh, come on. I mean, he was open 3 feet from the basket. To play an almost perfect game here today. They needed Ginobili and Duncan to come in here big.
LeBron to 38 points, and the lead is 20.
Ray Allen throws it ahead, deflected by James. Put back to Ray Allen, knocked out of his hands, gets it back. And Allen trying to find Pierce, stripped and taken away. James with the deflection. James back to Verja. LeBron James, 7 categories. James steps up, nails a three-pointer. Mike Brown hops out of his chair, thought it was a foul. Allen drives it, Mo Williams, blocked by James. Knocks it off the backboard.
Attention to any of those teams that's fighting for the A spot. I feel like I'm the best team. LeBron finishes the left-handed lay-in.
A lot of height, but as Jeff said, Marbury's strong. James to the basket, count, and a foul.
Danny Ferry did in adding Mo Williams to the line.
Oh, he put it in. They mauled him, and he still got the shot off and a chance for a three-point play. Some flexing for the crowd here in Cleveland.
He is too strong. That is illegal right there. That's nice. Best of 7.
That team had,
James gets them on their feet.
to LeBron James to take so much pressure.
James puts up the 3. That's good.
That's my most improved player.
Good play with him. He's traded to Cleveland for a second rounder.
This game, does he sit his starters and give them rest, or does he play them and play for the record?
From way downtown, a rainbow. As LeBron James putting on an exclamation point on this one.
This is just feeling. This is a heat check. Time to dance. Tony Allen defending him. Everybody get out of my way. I want to get to my spot and lift over the contested hand of Allen. Spectacular strength.
The team with the best record in the NBA, the team with LeBron James, open up their postseason against the Detroit Pistons. Game 1 coming up shortly on ABC.
Jones back in the studio, less than 20 minutes away from the opening tip between the Cleveland Cavaliers, the NBA's best team, and the Detroit Pistons. That game over on ABC. LeBron's been on the cover of GQ, hosted ESPYs, but Dan Shulman still looking for that NBA title.
Time for the tradition here at the Quicken Loans Arena that sends the crowd into a frenzy. We've been told we're witnesses. He's been called the chosen one. And he has been so special this year during the regular season. The fans waving their towels, wearing their... James will be guarded by a host of players. Tayshaun Prince will guard him a majority of the time as James knocks down his first shot. Jeff, we mentioned great regular season. Hamilton lost it. Delonte West comes up with it. Ahead to James. Here he goes.
There's some old school guys sitting there saying, hey, Rodney Stuckey, why didn't you foul LeBron James? Well, this is 2009. That's a whole...
James, the jump shot. If he's hitting that mid-range jump shot, you're in big trouble if you're the opponent. Second leading scorer in the NBA.
Don't turn the ball over, and they limit three-point shots.
Second in the NBA in fewest turnovers, only San Antonio less. James to the basket, flips it up and in. He's off to a great start of the scene here at this terrific place. And LeBron James and his teammates really enjoying each other with it.
We don't practice it. You know, we just we together so much, and you know, we like brothers. You know, we know exactly what we may want to do, and we just go from there. Whatever we do, we don't try to disrespect teams that we're playing against or nothing like that. It's just us having fun and loving the game of basketball the way we do. It brings a lot of chemistry. I want to know it brings that trust factor that we have in each other, knowing that a guy going to be there for you no matter what.
Second Well, they've won 66 games and they've had one and they've enjoyed it every step of the way. Mark, we've talked about the chemistry with this team that really is off the charts.
And that's the reason why they in some playoff series.
James quickly to the basket. He's had no adversity here in the first quarter. Already with 10 points. And Cleveland up by 6.
Post up can knock down the jump shot and the field is dry.
Oh, what a pass. James his first assist and a beauty to Ilgauskas.
And he'll play big playoff minutes. Kwame Brown has also come in for Detroit, as is Aaron Aflalo.
And James goes right at Aflalo.
12 points in less than 9 minutes for LeBron.
They've tried this 3 or 4 times against him. Go to Rasheed Wallace against Joe Smith. He just scored. Post up Mo Williams.
Oh, what a pass. Smith the trailer.
As he did in the first possession of the game.
James splits the defenders, gets to the basket.
And he'll go to the line.
Your job defending this pick and roll of your Kwame Brown, you have to force LeBron James to go around you. You cannot allow him to split the double team because you give him a direct lane.
James already with 6 rebounds to go along with the 17 points and 4 assists.
Ilgauskas, oh, great pass and a better finish.
The speed and force of that cut.
James, oh, at the buzzer. They count it. We'll look at it on the replay. As LeBron James finishes the first half in dramatic fashion.
For the local telecast of the Cavs, everything went well. Certainly the same thing in the first half as James throws it in.
They didn't sell out every home game.
The runner, bank shot. It's good. LeBron James, once again, he's got 26. Remember his last play.
World guy, too.
James to Ilgauskas.
I kind of call him like the Incredible Hulk. You know how big and strong he is. But the thing that impresses me the most about him is his speed. I don't think he gets a lot of credit for how fast he is. You know, being 260 and probably he is a fastest guy in the NBA, I don't think he gets a lot of credit for how fast he is.
3 or 2, though.
Apparently it was a 2. It's 83-74. James gets inside easily.
Ben, time and time again, too easy offensively, half court heaves just before halftime, knocks it down, takes a close-up picture. Nothing changed in the second half. Runner, how about a floater in transition? He is having his way and facing 0 resistance.
Who's got the red noses on?
He's faced clowns all season long the way that he is playing. His mentality is, I'm the best in the world.
A fight it. LeBron James knocks it down. You wonder if that fight is still there.
Well,
Stuckey out of the paint. Quick post there by LeBron James. Nice play as he...
Dice couldn't find the handle. Here comes LeBron into Tayshaun Prince. And LeBron James with the basket right there. LeBron has started 2 of 2 with 5 points. Screened by Smith. Switch on defense. The dice goes on James, who knocks down the 3. Snared 3 rebounds. LeBron, look at the acceleration. Look at the bodies all over, including Amir Johnson.
Around the shoulders and then pushed him in the back of the head. It's interesting. LeBron James doesn't fall. Now no Leon Poe, and here's LeBron James knocking one down. 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes, and this team is going to be finished. They said, you can't do that. We don't want you on our team. Whoa. Assistant say.
West has the steal. Here comes LeBron James. Followed out on the defensive switch. It means Bynum is on LeBron. Just like that, 29 for LeBron.
Ilgauskas backdoor to James. And there's the first bucket for Cleveland. Scoring that playoff time. LeBron James powers it in. He also got hit.
This is always about coaching, and then the fact that chemistry comes. Chemistry helps if you got initiated. Just blew 8. They only have 2 points.
James gets it inside. Nice pass to Farajao. Can't get it to go. James tips it. Aflalo tips it.
Who is that big man?
Ilgauskas driving down. Kicks it out inside to James.
What a great play. Then LeBron takes over in the middle of the second quarter, and he's just filling the lane, whether he's coming into half court. And then Z acting like LeBron out on the break.
There's some energy. LeBron James just powers his way to the basket.
How about the changing? Well, Stuckey did a great job on LeBron, kept him out on the perimeter, forced these type of shots. But up until that, when LeBron was missing.
Overall rebounding numbers, Cavs +1. James down the lane. James left-handed and a foul. Once again, the switch and a chance for a three-point play. Here comes James. James alley-up, throws it down. A 13-point lead. And the Pistons need a timeout.
Now that was great eye contact, Mo Williams and LeBron James. That was a tough pass. That pass was not an easy catch for LeBron.
Waiting for the exits.
You're going to see it right there. LeBron didn't have it. He was already almost under the basket as he reaches back and catches it, puts this one down. Up here, they have 62 with 3:40 on the clock.
James, the finish, count it, and a foul. No help.
And then the discipline. It goes right out the window because you're feeling.
Guard James into the half. LeBron to the basket. Got a second chance and got it.
Excellent first half, 17 points. They're giving him the medium jumper. He's taking it. Now, if you falter, he's going to attack the rim. Now, that's that medium range game that we're talking about. He's shooting 56%. In the open floor, he either scores or he gets fouled. And then defensively, the shot blocking is there. The passing, he already has 4 assists shooting, and then also total points.
James knocks down a jump shot. He's been dry from the outside. Hamilton picks up James.
With this guy whistling behind us.
7 of 10 for the game. And Wallace, Prince, and Hamilton, Hubie told us before the game, they needed to be big. They've got a total of 8. LeBron is 29.
That they're in the playoffs with a losing record. Yep. I told them 39 wins this year.
James right. Oh, man!
You could see that one coming after the first bounce. Mainly because the trap guy left and Will Bynum was left to guard LeBron James.
Just watch it. Think of you. Nobody better in the league right now. LeBron carrying the Cavs, sweeping their way. Talking about what an unbelievable series he's had. But he has. And he still is. What'd you say to me before?
And just negate the double team because they need to score. Make a great pass.
Jeez. You score that goal. It was goaltending. But he almost blocked it to the second row out by midcourt.
Now, he's been in this series. He is led by example because he's been
Pistons. But it is the guy who reminds you that in every facet of the game, he has stepped it up to another level this year.
And before the game gets underway, the presentation of the NBA's Most Valuable Player Award to LeBron James.
NBA Most Valuable Player, the award presented by Kia Motors.
Season games, the Cavs jumped the Hawks early and never let them back in the game. However, last night, both visiting teams, Orlando and Houston, managed to steal a victory in their game #1 of round 2. So that's why you play the game, Dick.
So we'll see if that trend continues. And these fans, I would say, by Maurice Evans to start. And James driving to the basket, puts it through with emphasis.
Too easy to start out by letting LeBron James in their own building. They did come back, okay, close the gap down, lost the 1-point game, and also beat him there.
And LeBron James just gets it in as the shot clock sounded to tie the game. 2 minutes going by.
Managed to just shoot that up and under with his left hand at the end.
Horford now picking up James. Plenty of time on the shot clock. Here's a 3, and it goes. LeBron James cutting the Hawk lead to a pair, and he has started out with 8 points. He was open for that three. And now the Cavaliers in position to tie or take the lead. And as the ball teeters off.
It got to a point where guys was just like, you know, we need to play somebody else instead of playing each other. We kept beating each other up at practice. We was like, okay, we need to, I wish they'd hurry up with that series so we can go ahead and play somebody. And, you know, we're excited about playing the game again. So this is great.
He's defending LeBron James. He's seen just about everyone on him.
Yeah, and one thing Mike Brown, he knew coming in that Atlanta was going to do a lot of switching as LeBron sizes him up, just like he did Horford in his jump shot. And Mike Brown said, look, when they do all the switching, I don't want our guys being hesitant. They just subs here in Cleveland.
Here is LeBron James, and he's 5 for 5 from the field.
Right here, a lot of laughing and joking, because we was like in this corner. You weren't allowed in this corner unless you paid tuition. You know what I'm saying? So I was right here. All my dirty clothes was underneath there. To be here, man, and having the trophy, the MVP trophy, just 6 years removed from graduation, it's unbelievable, I think. But wouldn't be able to do it without those guys that's on the wall there, and those guys that's out there, my teammates, man.
Was injured, didn't play. Bad pass. Look at this. You turn it over. Williams controlling, so it's a little helter-skelter right now. Varejao, this is the reverse layup. LeBron underneath, puts it in. Ultimately, I had the impression LeBron was going to be involved.
And make your decision with the pass.
LeBron, and the three-pointer by Mo Williams.
The number 2 in the NBA, just under 40% from the three-point line. That's LeBron, right to the rim, goes right through the defense of Atlanta. No rotation, no close downs. You can't expose the front of the rim to LeBron, so here's
James for 3. He's got it. LeBron James with his second from downtown. And the Cavs are up by 10.
They spent a lot of time during those 8 days off.
So far they haven't either. Lob from West to LeBron. Here is LeBron against Josh Smith. Off balance. What about that one? Hard off the glass. Going against the grain for his 31st point.
You didn't even think he was going to get that one off yet.
LeBron James. Basket counts and the foul. LeBron making it look easy. The last Cleveland professional MVP was Ryan Sipe, the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns in 1980. But let's look at the crowd saluting LeBron, presented with the MVP trophy by Commissioner David Stern before the game.
Give and go from Z. Taller and just took it away.
Well, one thing about Z, he's not going to leave his feet. that we know.
And James, who works so hard.
You got to be concerned about the three-point shooters.
Solomon Jones trying to keep him out of the paint. James attacks. Oh, my!
Now that was an explosion off the crossover. Now once he did that.
LeBron, huge first quarter, knocks down. Knocked away from behind by Varejao. James. Nice. Beautiful feed to Zerbiak.
You just loved it. As he ran right past us, you could see he knew that he had Zerbiak coming in that outside lane. That was beautiful.
Right back to LeBron. Sees it. Deep three. Look at Ilgauskas go to the floor at 7'3" and 11 years in the league. LeBron down the lane for 2. Gives you a lot of that ability to have a lot of people believing in him as a star.
Speaking of a star,
3-point shots and the full display of basket celebrations and cheerleading. And that injury that nobody thought was that severe when it happened, LeBron a 3. To Amari Stoudemire.
Beat the perimeter people off the dribble, meaning Atlanta.
Has Atlanta had a good look at the basket? Williams with LeBron.
Yeah.
Oh, what a pass by Mo Williams.
How about the look?
After a sweep of Detroit, 8 days of rest, there was no rust. LeBron received the MVP, dominated the first half, and knocked the Hawks out by 27. Seen staying here for game 2 here tonight, and it's been a complete effort by the Cavs. 18 assists on their 35 field goals, frustrating the Hawks, and James punctuating the end of the first quarter and the second quarter with a dunk and a 40-footer.
It starts as a childhood dream. All it takes is a playground, a ball, a net.
When I'm on the court, the relationship with time in that moment is everlasting.
The dream may be simple. To make it come true is not. Growing up in Akron, Ohio, LeBron James once dreamed of being crowned a champion to cement his legacy among the legends that played before him. Is this the year his dream finally comes true?
Time is winding down. LeBron James has the ball. 3, 2, 1.
Season deep 3.
Game 3 is next on ABC, home of the NBA Finals.
As he sends the powder skyward, we will check in on those Taco Bell starting lineup. The Cavs go 5 minutes out of the gate with 1 field goal. And here's James to the basket.
He slows down, he gives you that hesitation move, you relax, and then he explodes.
For James. Right past Evans to the basket, and again, nobody at the rim. Once he gets 5 field goals equal 4, and he's assisted on the other 3 baskets. Headed by Gatorade. How do you stop LeBron? Well, first, he's a distributor, getting others involved.
Well, he has already 3 assists. 2 guys who are playing with bad ankles.
Williams! The lob for James.
He's at the top of the screen. They caught the defense on the baseline. They caught them watching rather than playing LeBron coming down the middle of the lane.
Really the only good offensive game Johnson's had in the playoffs. James, nice. Beautiful find, and give LeBron it is not. This time takes a 3 over Johnson.
Transition.
Up top, LeBron. He's hit both of the 3-pointers for the Cavaliers here tonight.
Here in making the 3. Know it. They played slow basketball and became one of the greatest half-court defensive teams. Yao had 29, dictated, was on the floor for close to 40 minutes. Now that is a shame. That team at the floor opens up a good wing or a corner wide open shot.
Unbelievable number on LeBron. Takes a 2. He banked it in. Really?
He hits Ilgauskas, hits him again for a slam dunk. Now he's going to say, hey, I'm going to start scoring right now. He goes 8 for 12. And then this one, he banks in that 3.
Shot the playoffs, James, with a 5-second difference. A fake and a take and a make by LeBron.
Now that was a difficult angle.
72-65. Cavs looking to go up 3-0. Back. Cleveland 66-16, and James continuing to fill it up at the free throw line. Here's a takeaway and another 3 from James. He's
guys, I got to get to the basket, and I'm going to make things happen. He has a great shooting percentage, 15 for 25. Then also he says, hey, I'm going to make 3s. I go 5 for 10 in behind the line. He also gets to the foul line. They just switch. Oh, he'll shoot right over, baby.
There you go. And there you go.
Well, Yale's on the floor.
Same deal.
Oh, boy.
James handled the ball until the switch occurred.
Defense perfectly. He knows what you're doing. Basket. You can see Smith is now 1 for 6. It's the last shot attempt.
Just stop it. This is amazing tonight. Unbelievable.
They just lost their composure completely. Now just watch as he shoots. You're not out of the picture here, but you have to stop this guy.
43. James closing in on a Cavalier franchise best.
You notice last time down, Josh Smith, we see the lead pass. LeBron James running, that if he leaves them open, they're going to make shots.
Here he is again. You know, for the most part, this series has been too easy. Williams gets it back. Here's James, open for three. Great ball movement, and LeBron James, who hit 5 out of 10 threes in the last game in the first half. Cavaliers have not lost a playoff game yet, and there is a beautiful play. LeBron James. LeBron James shooting over Marvin Williams, hits his first field goal. He's now 5 for 11, 14 points, and the 12 at halftime were the lowest total he had in the first half in this series. Nobody inside, and the biggest lead of the game as Bibby watches, well, right now pitching a shutout in the third quarter. LeBron over to Mo Williams, and Williams hitting his second three-point basket. That's 3 on the shot clock. LeBron for 3. He's got it. And LeBron James hitting a timely 3. And here's LeBron. 3. LeBron James with his third three-point field goal has 24 in the game. And it's a 7-point lead for the Cavaliers and a timeout. LeBron. Mo Williams, big three. Mo Williams with his third three-pointer. Huge one. And an 8-point lead for the Cavaliers. With Ilgauskas setting the screen. LeBron lays it in and draws the foul. Every time it seems that it really is time for the Cavaliers to get a basket, it's LeBron James either with a 3 or one of these.
Is the one that keeps the ball alive at the rim for Cleveland.
That was a 55-second possession, and Mo Williams with the 3, and that will speak volumes about the Cavaliers with their defense against the Hawks. And for the Cavaliers, they are the first team since the Miami Heat in 2005 to sweep its first 2 series games.
LeBron, talk about this team's composure, and you were saying before games 3 and 4 about this team handling some adversity. How'd they do?
No, we did a good job. You know, Atlanta, we got to give a lot of credit to Atlanta. They played their hearts out these last 2 games in their home building. But one thing, we knew they was going to make runs. It's an unbelievable fan crowd they have here. But every time they made a run, we was able to withstand that and just kept our composure, and we was able to get over the hump each time.
You guys obviously will get another rest before you meet either Boston or Orlando, but I know guys don't like to talk about what team they would like to face, but what problems do both these teams actually handle, give you guys?
Well, they're both experienced. You look at Orlando, they, you know, with the big guy, the Superman in the middle, you know, and they have so many shooters around him, it's tough to guard sometimes. You have to close out to their shooters, but at the same time, you got to worry about Dwight. And then with Boston, they're just very experienced. I mean, it's a championship team, and they have a lot of things going. Even with KG out, Big Baby has done an unbelievable job for that team. So we look forward to meeting whoever, and it's going to be really good in the next series.
All right, enjoy your time off, guys. Thanks a lot. Dick?
All right, Mike. It's been fun so far, huh?
It has been, and I'm looking forward to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think it's really going to be a great series in the East. Either one of those teams, obviously Boston a little depleted, but if it's Orlando that moves on, it could be a headache.
Thanks to our statistician, Marty Aronoff. And so our final score tonight.
Tonight here at the Q, it is game 1 of the best of 7 Eastern Conference Final Series with the Orlando Magic facing the Cleveland Cavaliers as TNT's exclusive Bergeron.
Well, Dwight Howard is going to roam around.
West is open for 3. Yes.
And he's played very, very well. I thought that when you looked at the first 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Here's West for 3. Hit one from the left side of the circle and now the right. Orlando, and he opens up defending on LeBron through that beautiful skip pass to Ilgauskas. Courtney Lee finally getting back into the starting lineup. James rejected. That will count. It's a goaltend on 4-3. Yes. Cut the line by West. 3-on-1 develops. James with the stop. Howard triple team rejected by James. Howard questions why no foul. James for 3. Yes. What a display being put on here by LeBron James. At first looking to set teammates up, and he has come on. He's hit his last 4 shots. including 2 from downtown, and that sensational stuff. So James with 10 points, 4 assists, and the Cavs have opened up a 33-17 lead.
Well, the defense is the calling card for this Cleveland Cavalier team. They have great defensive rotation, good shot blocking. This is what happened.
And Stan Van Gundy did just that during that spree right at the end of the first quarter. There's LeBron James with his first bucket of the James. Makes the turn and scores. It's impossible to stop.
Well, he's so strong, he just rolls right off of you. I remember I used to play Earl Monroe. He used to love to feel your body so he could spin off of you. That's exactly what LeBron did that time. Pierce bodied up, and he just rolled right off him and got the easy basket.
Top not able to handle. Beautiful backdoor pass from Williams to James.
Handle magic.
James on the spin, once again going right at Pierce. The basket counts and a foul.
See, Dwight Howard has 2 fouls, so we'll see what happens on this play. But if they're going to let LeBron James isolate...
Here comes LeBron, and he drew the foul. Went at your top. So James points. Now guarded by Lewis, and shoots over him.
If he's going to make that, you can't guard him. I mean, the guy doesn't happen by accident, you know, when he makes these kind of shots right here. You know, it's called a lot of work.
Playing the clock down. James again. He has scored 16 points in the last 5.5 minutes, 26 in all. Gortat with 1 second remaining. Good job by Alston.
Here they allow him to step through and score. You see that he and Mo Williams combined for 36 points. That was a beautiful play. They set up out of the timeout, little backdoor.
James over Turkoglu. Howard rejected. James getting in front of the blind side, and a technical foul has been called. A technical foul on Dwight Howard.
You see, that's why they want LeBron on Rafer Alston. They want him to run.
James, yes, he is on. Team for the field, 8 rebounds. Varejao from James. Anderson Varejao. James rejected from behind. Shot clock to 5. James, yes. Has he missed
a couple times? That time it was Varejao. Oh, what a pass. Wow.
And that'll count. It's a goaltend. Spurts, they have one going right now. 8 consecutive points to move within 2. Shot clock down to 2. James, yes.
And I think if you're Stan Van Gundy, you said, look, we'll live.
James with a long 3. 37 for James. James is fouled by Howard. That's number 4. There's James on the run. James is fouled.
When you...
Oh, the hustle play kept it alive, and James scores. Serbiak hitting the floor and was able to get it to James. Varejao gets inside. See Howard stepped away.
To play him.
And here's James, got the step.
That's their money plan. What happens is they put...
James to the left hand.
That's just a brilliant shot. The shot clock winding down once again. LeBron is spending a lot of energy. Well, he's got that ball in his hands about 20 seconds on each possession.
Here's LeBron taking to the rim and a foul. So James to the line. He's West for 3. And the lead. Delonte West. As James to the bucket, draws the foul. The basket counts and the foul. Cleveland has recaptured the lead. And that on Dwight Howard is number 6.
Now, Marv, remember one of my keys I talked about, the imprint.
Lewis for 3. Yes! Orlando has taken a 1-point lead, and we are seeing clutch shot after. Bennett Salvatore with the toss. Here it is. Williams in one motion got it off and went back rim. The Orlando Magic have defeated the Cleveland Cavaliers 107-106. West gets it down low. James with the left hand is fouled. 3 Magic players back. James goes right at Lewis.
A break that time to get away from that technical.
And here comes James all the way for the stuff. Rashard Lewis wisely stepped away.
Yeah, because that's going to be a 3-point play. You're not going to stop him once he gets that kind of head of steam up with his power. So you might as well give him the basket and get back.
Here's Howard, slapped away, handled by West.
You getting in the game, I expect you to mentally be into this ball game.
Pavlovich. Ilgauskas with a series of moves and scores. He's off to a good start. 3 of 3 for the field. Pavlovich for 3. Yes! On the assist from James. Final second. Williams passed on a 3. Finding James. LeBron has 10 points. Here's Redick. As Orlando got the ball down court in a hurry and the Cavaliers did not react. Of 10 from downtown. James with the spin. LeBron James taking it.
He's very fresh. Look at this shot. Nothing but
Cavaliers, half minute left, first half. Here's James again to the rim. Fouled by Gortat. Down to 3. Down to 2. On the spin. Here's LeBron. And he'll go to the line. Took a shot to the head.
Marine. Oh, nice 3 by LeBron James.
LeBron is open. Yes. So we're seeing LeBron James able to split through. That will count on the foul. He is so good at getting off the shot as he is fouled. Lewis picks up the foul as second. James again to the bucket. He's turned back, able to recover, scores, and a foul. And we just saw a prime example of the power and the strength of LeBron James.
And just staying with this, the first time he thought he got hit on
the move, and he scores. 28th season, LeBron James has certainly shown an knack for scoring while getting fouled.
Well, you have the streak to be able to play through contact. These are all in the playoffs, obviously. Atlanta, Detroit, we're seeing tonight here against Orlando. You know, touch fouls, hard fouls, the concentration. And the guy led the NBA this year in what you call and ones, the foul and the free throw. You see the strong putback. That's that small lineup now. LeBron is out there on the floor as a 4-man. Pavlovich is the 3.
There's James on the drive. He is fouled. He was tripped up. So LeBron heads back. There's Pavlovich. He gets the call. Yes, and the foul. It's a blocking foul. James to the rim. And the Cavaliers back up by 2.
The one thing, though, Marv, this cannot just be the LeBron James show. His teammates have got to be...
Williams for 3. Yes! Williams with a Ilgauskas. Yes. So both clubs hitting shots here down the stretch. Cavaliers down to 3. Here's Turkoglu. Yes! With 1 second remaining. Cleveland calls for time. And the Magic with a 95-93 lead. Lewis gets it to LeBron for 3 for the win. Yes! LeBron James at the buzzer as the Cavaliers have pulled it out to tie the series, and what a miraculous shot by James.
Prior to the end of the quarter.
LeBron James off the inbound. That's his first three-pointer of the night. How about this as a follow-up to the clutch shot by Turkoglu, and the Cleveland Cavaliers after blowing a 23-point lead, are indeed fortunate to come away with an incredible victory.
Well, Mark, you said, I told you wanted that ball going away from the basket. They forced him away. He caught it and made an incredible shot. That's what MVPs do. Those kind of shots, and a shot like that can turn a whole series around. Instead of being down 2-0, you're now 1-1, riding an incredible momentum down to Orlando for Game 3.
They did review the shot to make certain that he got it off on time. We get the official word from Monty McCutcheon. The basket is good. Let's go to Craig with LeBron James. And that's what we saw the first two games. Here's LeBron, cannot put it home, and a late whistle. That never occurred to me whether he did wash the socks. I don't know about you, Douglas. Mo Williams knocks down a three. Rarely seeing any playing time of the postseason. Pavlovich with the pass, handled well by James, and he scores. So for LeBron, his first bucket.
Oh, what great hands that time as LeBron was.
Just under 5 left in the first quarter. LeBron James, so he's hit his last 2. Cleveland started out 0 for 6, and they've hit 5 of the last 6 shots.
Well, you'd like to make him a jump shooter. He's getting that ball to about 17 feet, but you don't want him getting in the lane. You don't want to foul him and give him free.
Here's West, ball slapped away. Lee on the open floor, chased down by Williams. Lee rejected from behind. The Magic looking for a goaltend, but it will not be called. LeBron James with the chase down.
Well, this has become his trademark play. I mean, you think you've got a dunk. Now, remember, in the second game, Courtney Lee dunked this ball. He took off a little bit too far out. That looked very, very close to being in the cylinder. But LeBron James never gives up on the...
Nice pass. Ilgauskas to James.
See, LeBron is one of these guys that he has the ball in his hands, everybody's looking. But when he's moving away from the ball, he actually frees himself up a little bit better, and that was a beautiful cut to the basket.
Here's Lee. Oh, that's against Delonte West. And Lee put it down, kept alive by the Cavs.
Courtney Lee lost the shoe. He's got it in his hands. He's playing with one shoe on and one shoe off.
And James is fouled. All right, here's Williams for 3. Mo Williams. Courtney Lee now trying to defend on James, who goes right at the top. He beat Lee off the dribble and went to the rim. What a beautiful shot. Moving left, shooting right.
And the problem you have is there's nobody in there to block shots now. Without Dwight Howard, who was the leading shot blocker.
James quickly to the front court. And he was hit. Ilgauskas, yes. And Zydrunas Ilgauskas with his first field goal. And Bergeau was right there. Now the foul on Alston.
The defensive block when he traced Courtney Lee down from behind, cutting without the ball. He gets the layup. You talked about how it's important to keep him out of the paint. This is the reason why. Just overpowers Gortat, and nice little dribble, little floater across his body as he gets into the paint, got to the line.
Turkoglu defending on James. Shot clock to 3. James had a foul as Turkoglu made contact. Ilgauskas, yes. Zydrunas Ilgauskas very quiet. That foul was charged to Ilgauskas, number 4. Here's James to the left hand, and he'll head to the line. There's an open shot for Williams. Yes, that's a 3-pointer, says Joe Crawford. Mo Williams won. As James again misses a jumper, kept alive though by Williams. The alley-oop for LeBron James. Oh, look out. He took a shot. As backs his way. Nice pass. Beautifully done. LeBron James to Ben Wallace. The buzzer beater. Shot clock here to 2. Down to 1. James to the left hand. Just to beat the shot clock buzzer, and time runs out. Ilgauskas wide open. Yes. And let's see if that gets him going. Here comes James putting the speed out. Going to the left hand, and he is fouled. There was no way they were going to let him get that shot off. Yes, from downtown.
So he was going to start making a shot. So all of
Here's James going at Howard.
He's so strong. I mean, Dwight Howard.
8 o'clock Eastern time start. Here's James putting a move on and a blocking foul. 4.5 remaining on the 4th. James for 3.
Made one jump shot all night from about 16 feet. Anytime you give him the ball, he's going to create something for his teammate.
They spread it out. James going at Howard and scores. And the foul on Howard. That is number 5.
So you got a real problem what they're wanting.
Well, the foul on Petrus, a blocking foul. That'll put 7. Turkoglu to the rim. Rebounded by James. Pulls it up, and it's blocked from behind, but a foul on Howard.
He's got to be careful. Remember, he's already got a technical, and even though it might not affect tonight's game, these things start accumulating.
With a 2-1 lead on the Cleveland Cavaliers. And here in Orlando, they're saying, hey, this could have been 3-0, but it is 2-1 with a game 4. Is listed at 6'3", off the steal. Here comes James, and he hammers it down. Good start for Howard, 7 points. Ilgauskas inside, and Howard wisely, the post, goes behind the back to Varejao. What a pass.
Now that is sort of reminiscent of game 1 when Varejao got those 6 early points. So when you double team, you're scrambling. Rashard Lewis had a wide open 3.
Here is James. So LeBron James, who had so much difficulty hitting for 3. Yes.
I don't know if he rolled his ankle, but he's limping coming out after that shot. He was 1 of 8 from 3 the other night.
LeBron trying to hang in. His team now with James on the front line. Nice pass. Wallace with the pass from James. 6. Here's the spin by LeBron, and he's fouled.
That's why you have to rest him with the lead.
Here's James on the open floor. James puts a move on Johnson, and he scores to give the Cavaliers.
Once again, this is going to be a foul on Petrus.
That's the first on Petrus, tripping up James. James slipping it to Ilgauskas.
Early offense. Much.
Steve Lewis cheating over. James going at Petrus. Yes, and the foul. What a move by LeBron James.
I don't understand why Dwight Howard, when he saw that Petrus was in trouble, this is the defensive player of the year, he's only got 1 foul. Nobody comes down and helps. Look at Rashard Lewis. They're all witnesses. You know, that play right there. I mean, you cannot let LeBron.
Gibson for 3. Yes. 5-point advantage for the Cavaliers. The lead for James, able to handle it and puts it down. LeBron James has come on strong.
His players taking ownership. He said Mo Williams coming out 12 hours before the game trying to find a shooting touch.
James on the spin, and a foul is called. Checks back in. James with a long 3. LeBron James backing it up on Michael Petrus and knocked it down from 3-point territory. Cavaliers now lead at 7. Nelson Ilgauskas with the tip. And then James went by Lee. Shot clock down to 5. There's LeBron to the left hand, and he is fouled. There's Howard, blocked from behind by James. LeBron goes at Petrus, and a foul. James on the post and is able to score. Went right at Petrus.
How about the last 2 times they've gone away from all the dribbling, gone into the post, and got 2 scores.
29 for LeBron James. Varejao, yes, and the foul. Off the setup from James. James to the rim. Whipping by Petrus, and then Lewis. The lead is down to 1.
Well, this game has become Cleveland in the paint.
We're going down to the final minute. James on the fade, draws the foul, and Turkoglu gets it in. Here's Lewis turning, and he shoots. Yes! With 4 and 1/10 seconds to go, and the Cavaliers take a timeout. The Magic with a 100. Petrus is with him. Here is LeBron. Look out, he's tripped up with 0.5 of a second. The lead is down to 1. Here at Amway. And he hits it. He got the roll on the front rim to tie the game. And Petrus on James, who shoots for 3. Yes. LeBron James from downtown. There's James off the fake. Whirls inside. Little scoop shot. LeBron goes right at Howard and is rejected, but a foul. LeBron for three. Yes.
You better not let LeBron get his hands on this ball. He's going to want to catch it on the run. You got to make him catch the ball going back towards the basket, and you cannot foul.
Orlando in their prevent defense as they drop back. 3 and 2/10 seconds remaining. Mo Williams will throw it in. They're doubled on LeBron. Here's the peg into James. Across midcourt. He fires for the win. The Orlando Magic escape with an overtime victory. 116-114.
When that shot went up, tell me, did you think it was going in by LeBron? I mean, look at this shot. I mean, you expect that shot to go in. Marv, how about the games that we have had?
3-1 deficit. Only 8 teams in the history of the NBA have done that. Here's Delonte West with the fade. The Phoenix Suns, the last.
Lewis has gotten off the slow starts in the first quarter in this series.
Williams for 3. Mo Williams knocks it down. Ray for Alston lost. Here's Howard. Strip. LeBron James knocked it away. Williams on the run. He beat Turkoglu, throws it to Varejao. The follow by James. And a foul.
And this is what you want. When you are struggling and you're down 3-1, let your defense.
At 14 and 13, that will count. It's a goaltend on Howard. On ABC, it'll be game 7 of the Nuggets and the Lakers. And the foul is James. Yes. Kukas face guarding James. He was able to hit. 30-10, Cleveland. LeBron is 3 of 3 here at the start. He has 9 points. And his injury hit campaign, this 28 games, sidelined by that fractured right wrist. And James took a shot down to 9. Here's James. And he is fouled.
Well, they're not a 5 o'clock Eastern.
Is Steve upset as James is able to hit the floater? Is he upset that the NBA 9 minutes. Shot clock is down to 5. Here's Williams for 3. That's his 4th. James on a crossover. Nice feed for Smith.
I just like when LeBron James is on the wing, he has so many more options because he can get into the lane and find cutters.
Very good job defensively on how Ilgauskas uncontested.
And that can't happen.
There's James. He is fouled. He was pushed. Yes. That's a 2. Back comes James. Pitch moves on Turkoglu, and he's fouled. Somehow he got it off. That would have counted. James sets it up for Varejao. That counts in the foul. So Varejao will head. James kicking it back out. Gibson open for 3. Play by Petrus. Gets it into the corner for the 3. And again, it's Mo Williams. Here's Gibson. Yes, that's a 3. Well, Craig Sager asked Mike Brown, will it be Dan? Here comes West. Turkoglu had to step away. James with the rebound. Turkoglu did not want to pick up a 5th. James flips it up as he draws the foul. Number 6 on Saturday night. The Magic try to wrap things up and make it to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1995. Here in the 4th. James goes at Petrus. James with a nice move.
Well, if you're Michael Petrus, you can't reach because if you reach and don't get your hand on the ball.
Here's foul. And for Petrus, that's number 4.
Foul number 1 is.
Yes! And a count. LeBron James will go to the line.
And see what that extra hustle and possession pays off right here.
James has Alston on in the crowd, looking for LeBron to go right at him. Spins his way and scores. Got the hop. 94-90, Cleveland. Just under 5 left. Hitting the shots. This time LeBron on a spin goes 1-on-2. Try to get it to Varejao. Now here's Gibson for 3. Yes! This is a flashback. And here is LeBron. Yes. Timeout, Orlando. 6-point Cavalier lead with 3:33 to play in the fourth.
Well, Petrus, who has played LeBron great all series.
2 on the 24. James to the rim. Yes, and the foul. What a spectacular move. Dwight Howard has fouled out in the process.
Well, we talked about LeBron James being the best player on the floor in the fourth quarter. Right here, willing his team, taking the ball straight
and hits. This has become a game of course. LeBron James against Michael Beatrice. What a pass. Varejao with the reverse. It counts, and the foul.
You see the three-pointer there to Mo Williams. He even got the bench big points with Daniel Gibson. And then when it was time to score, backing down the smaller Austin. And what I like here, you're going to go at the land of the Giants. Goes right at the chest of the defensive player of the year, Dwight Howard, picking up his 6th foul, 37 points, 14 rebounds.
To a 6th game in Orlando on Saturday night. And you'll see it exclusively here on TNT starting as the series has shifted back to Orlando. Or can the Magic wrap it up back home to make their way to the NBA Finals? Leads Varejao. Nicely done. James, yes. So LeBron James connects on his first attempt. James, yes.
That's 2 outside shots for LeBron James. And
shot clock down to 2, down to 1. And as James took that hit. And here is LeBron for 3.
Back-to-back threes here for the Cavs. And
here's James to the fade, yes. Good start here for LeBron James, 4 of 5. Oh, what a play by James, using his speed to follow up the shot.
For a reason, and we have a lot of shooters around Dwight, and the point guard's done a great job running the team, and coaches put him in successful positions.
Have you and Delonte been talking these past 2 weeks?
A little bit, but not really.
Cleveland trying to stay alive and bring it back home for Game 7, and Delonte West with the drive. 49-36. Pass for Varejao, getting inside for the reverse.
Nice find there by, because they really have guarded LeBron James fantastic, and his teammates are going to have to do a better job of stepping up and actually doing something right here in the pick and roll. Varejao can't finish, and you see this is the last play right before half when Mike Brown got the technical foul. He thought there was contact as LeBron went into the body of Dwight Howard. A no call.
Indicated the technical. Here's Mo Williams open for 3.
It's 2 quick threes by the Magic.
Here's James from downtown. Timeout called by Orlando. The lead is down to 11. Back by Alston. Alston all the way. Rejected from behind by James. Goes right at him. And a foul is called. Petrus coming over, trying to slap it away. 5 on the 24. Here comes LeBron. Yes, and the foul went to the left hand, and he drew the foul. This reminiscent of what we saw in the fourth quarter in Game 5. And finally, the Magic able to pick up a second foul on Howard.
With players that can knock down the long ball right here. Rafer Alston in the first half. Rashard Lewis at 6'10", being able to stretch the floor. Vito Turkoglu also at 6'10", and the driving kick. Michael Petrus off the bench. Again, it's just not 1 or 2 players. That is one of the prerequisites to be on this team, is being able to stretch the floor.
Wallace getting inside off the nice pass from James. They double up on James, so they get the ball out of his hands. Williams shoots for 3. A long 3 by Mo Williams. Down. James with a nice pass. Varejao with the bucket. It counts, and that's number 4 on Howard.
Defensive philosophy and looks at Dwight Howard, or excuse me, at LeBron James, but also 44 minutes a game that he plays. Everyone's going to wonder all next year Where is LeBron James?
And some of the smaller markets doing well. And here comes West for James, and he puts it down.
To be a dominant defensive team.
Well, this year for the Cavaliers, as LeBron James knocks down a three. The Lakers back within one. Anthony Parker, who's been at his best, knocks down 1-2 in the NBA in three-point percentage. Well, Williams to James, get out of the way.
He gets one of those cuts every game when Mo Williams penetrates to the baseline. Instead of just spotting up, he times and cuts through the lane.
Bread and butter outside of LeBron James. And here you're hearing boos. It's unbelievable. This team's 23-4 and they're getting booed. Especially when you talk about, it's like the old days with all these 7-footers out there. West for three. Delonte West tried 20. That's their first three-pointer. LeBron James throws it down. James looking. Hickson gives it right back to James. Half court count as he goes. Oh, he put it in. Three-pointer from half court at the buzzer. Now they'll review it. No, they wave it off. Danny Crawford said no, but they'll look at it on the replay. It was very close. Wow, that's close.
For youth football, major props to him as O'Neal.
In recent weeks, 9 points, 5 rebounds. James steps back, that's a three, and it's good. James to the basket, up and under, banks it. Bryant to the basket, not that time. There's the rebound. Cavs defense has just been terrific. James puts it in, and a foul.
He has the length and that peskiness to guard LeBron James, but you can't allow.
Matthews on the save. West with the lead. Here is LeBron James. Cavaliers up by 5. James putting on a series of moves. Yes, and it counts. J.J. Hickson. James off the inbounds pass. It counts in the foul.
You know, LeBron, who was somewhat quiet from an offensive standpoint in that first.
Varejao and Jawad Williams able to cut him off. And here's James. They've turned it over 20 times. Here's the steal. James with Gaines back. James puts it down.
They've just been that much more quicker to them.
James for 3. Did it with assists and steals. There's LeBron, got the step and puts it down. And the foul.
Forced the turnover, which gave the ball back to Cleveland. And now, whether it's a three-pointer from behind the three-point line or going to the rim, and now having a chance, LeBron James may have back-to-back three-point plays.
After that 19-2 surge by the Jazz, here is LeBron, yes, and the foul. He went at 6 of 9 at the line.
Jerry Sloan put it in. Kyle Korver, another shooter, as the Cavaliers offensive rebound.
And LeBron hits. Down to 45 seconds to go. 5 on the shot clock. James for 3. Yes! LeBron James has taken over this game. LeBron with 16 of the last 18 points for the Cavaliers. We'll be right back.
You can see both teams at 50%. There's a steal by LeBron James. Here they come on the break. Williams, look out.
Wow. You know, you don't really appreciate and understand the speed of him. Shaq gets it that low. I don't think a Mack truck can hold him off. But look at the speed. He threw it, and Channing Frye was trailing him.
It counts the same, doesn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, you got to play it off a little bit better.
71 threes on the year, and there's rebound by Stoudemire, deflected though by Mo Williams. And here comes LeBron. And here he goes in. Oh my goodness.
Look, seriously. I have never seen anything like that before. You don't expect someone to do what he does. I mean, here's 2 white shirts here. He goes sideways and winds up and reaches into the rim. Oh. You know, it's always up and down. But for one night, he can get it done.
Yes, he did. So the Suns by 1. LeBron now gives them the lead back. That's good. They play Dallas, and now the Suns here tonight. LeBron from outside. And LeBron now spreading the floor. Gets a screen from Varejao. High 7th in the league against three-point shooters. The Cavaliers are inside Varejao. And that is
A big basket at this stage of the game. On an 11-4 run, this Varejao with an exclamation point.
Trying to find Mo Williams. All this is designed to maybe get him a shot.
LeBron turn around, got it. So
now they're putting it on the floor, getting themselves in trouble.
LeBron's going to launch a three, and that really drives a dagger into the Suns fans here.
It's not off of offense. It's off of the Suns' inability to get good looks, turn the basketball over, and then you put yourself in position for a guy to shoot a fadeaway three, kicking his leg up.
Able to hit the three ball tonight. They're 4 of 18. And going inside.
Эрика Гордона как одна из ключевых дуэлей этой встречи. Деандре Джордан не может получить мяч, а точнее Леброн Джеймс прочитал эту передачу. Такой томагавк всадил он в кольцо Лос-Анджелес Клиперс. Клиперс просто-таки не клеил. Что бы не придумывал Майк Данливи в этой выездной серии, ничего не получалось. И Крис Каммон — это действительно тот, кто сейчас может вытянуть Клиперс в плей-офф. Команда Cleveland Cavaliers. Перехват у Энтони Паркера. И снова Леброн Джеймс. И снова трехсекундная зона. Снова у трех защитников сдвоенный центровой. В пятерке Cleveland Cavaliers. Леброн Джеймс не попадает. Не поверил в это, видимо, Маркус Кэмби. И сказал, что показывает нечто такое мячом. Против него играет Эрик Гордон. Причем освобождает лицевую линию. Освободил. И никто не подстраховал 10-го. Сейчас эта агрессивность в первой половине она воплощалась в персональных замечаниях. Ну а сейчас мы с вами видим, при этом шаг редко проводят на площадке более 20 минут. Атакует Лос-Анджелес Клиперс. И вот шаг делает перехват. Леброн Джеймс врывается в трехсекундную. Бросок сверху. Впрочем, мы уже где-то это видели. Получает право на введение мяча в игру из-за боковой линии. Пока пятерка не меняется. И великолепная передача. Второй сезон. Его результативность еще в прошлом году была 10 очков. Сейчас от былого величия осталась только прилежная работа на счет 80-73. С мячом Леброн Джеймс. Посмотрите, своим дриблингом сбил с ног буквально-таки мяч в корзину забрасывает. Менее 5 минут играть. Морис Уильямс, бэкдор пас, и Леброн Джеймс врывается. Как против Леброна агрессивно работает Рики Дэвис. Ну и сейчас бросок. Леброн Джеймс точен.
Changes. Bottom line, he's a great facilitator, but he is an absolute scorer. Play under himself in rotation.
He's one of 6 Knick veterans who will be unrestricted free agents after the season. He's a former All-NBA defender. Shot clock at 2. He's got to hoist it up. Oh, he puts it in from way downtown as the shot clock expires.
This is outstanding defense by Larry Hughes. Pressure, so he closes the gap. LeBron James faces him. When he turns his back, gets closer. Strong contest, but give me good O over good D any day of the week. And then
went up against good buddies. How'd you handle that?
Well, I was a different guy. I was trying to soften them up and butter them up just to take advantage. So right now, I see a Knick team that it's okay sometimes.
Well, I think what they're lacking is.
I'll say no. That they say they have a little chip on their shoulder, want to prove there are 6 guys in the rotation who will be unrestricted free agents.
He had his best success was as a quick 5-man. That's a great pass by James.
James on a pull-up jump shot.
Well, this is just an outstanding pass with his left hand. And then again, watch the balance. Up and down straight.
James for 3. Knocks it down at the buzzer. What a spectacular start. That's a 2-pointer on the pull-up.
They say that, and then I get put on hold.
James counted and a foul. Got hit hard. Still got off the shot. And a chance for a 3-point play.
Yeah, I love this lineup where LeBron James is at the 4.
Oh, over the 30-point mark. James. Tough shot. And gets the roll.
Shot for Allen. The rebound, the first for Shaquille O'Neal. LeBron for two. Garnett was on him.
I watched LeBron before the game just for a few minutes. His shot really looks good.
There's Parker, the alley-oop for LeBron. The shot from right underneath. He gives them something here in Cleveland, Doug, they've really not had before. Three way outside by LeBron. How about that shot? To zero. James and on Pierce.
Weak side help, so LeBron hits you with three, and then he comes back and backdoors you for a layup.
Shot clock is at 6. And the theft, the first turnover by Cleveland. Here is Rondo. LeBron with the rejection. Rondo really hit the floor hard. What a rejection by James.
Well, one of the things you can't do is you can't expose the ball like that. Look at him, he just laid the ball out. I mean, it was a terrific block by LeBron. How about he uses his left hand so he doesn't...
Here's LeBron, and Marquise Daniels is on him. James is 4-7. Hope from Rasheed.
Become a better post player.
LeBron with a game-high 13. Pierce now at 11. What a pass by LeBron James.
Coming off that little down screen.
Shot clock is down to 2. This is over Allen. Verjao got a hand on it.
Well, that's going to make Doc Rivers crazy there. Those unforced errors.
There's LeBron James. Garnett was there. Uncovered Parker for 3.
Team has gotten sloppy. They had the lead.
Allen from Pierce. James knocks it away again. He's got 4 block shots. Second time he's done that on a breakaway. Garnett and LeBron. Wallace saying, I've got your back. A 3.
Once again by LeBron James. This is a 5-point play. Really, when you look at it, it looks like it's an easy layup. Comes from behind. He's become the master of that. Watch this again. Does it with his left hand so he doesn't come across the body and foul. And then he squares up Kevin Garnett, who has to give him room, knocks that jump.
11 of 13.
I think that's a big key. I thought that Cleveland would shoot a lot of free throws this year with Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James tonight. Boston's done a great job of playing and keeping those guys off the foul line.
James with the drive.
They're doing some of the things we do, slicing the guys to the post, and a couple things on the continuity.
James over Daniels. And the shooting this quarter. Over Garnett, James. Number 5. And LeBron James at 7-point game, and a quick foul called on Verjao in backcourt as he was watching Paul Pierce. Verjao's got 5. That's a 3 by LeBron.
Down the floor, LeBron James. One man to beat. Johnson scores. When they get the rebound. Now Shaq against Josh Smith, the double team. LeBron James! Burning Akron rubbers. He headed down the lane. I'm sure Williams hadn't planned that. Here comes LeBron. On the post up. Scores too easily. As we're outscored by 2 while LeBron was getting a blow. Size up Josh Smith. Steps into a J. The bottom. 44-33. LeBron spins to the hole. Right down Gilbert.
Taking this team, you just keep making them have to commit foul.
Reversing inside LeBron James.
But he could not get it there high enough to stop everything going on.
Healthy 3. LeBron knocks it down.
They'll score and get it underneath 10 going into the second half.
LeBron again, same spot. Same result.
He's now trying to defend LeBron coming to the top of the key.
Good defense there. LeBron got his own miss back. Put it up and down, and he was fouled. So give him now 26. Here comes LeBron on the backdoor cut. On the bailout play. Throw up a cinder block from 3 feet.
They got to break that time. Can they take advantage of it?
LeBron tries to. On his birthday. Bottom for 3.
It's the birthday boy from deep in the queue.
Let's see how the Hawks come out. Blocked by LeBron James. He squeezed the air out of it.
Get that rich stuff out of here.
5 to shoot. Here comes LeBron. Sizing up Crawford. Dials from 3. 3-0. 7. LeBron against Johnson. Some space. And he hit it.
Play off of that. They're going to start double teaming. Then the other teammates have to get involved.
Verjao inside. Gets inside. He's fouled. One rebound of Mo Williams. Trying to get it to LeBron. Open floor. He does. LBJ to Parker. Up. Good.
Ball game with energy.
Vivian to give up to Horford. Looking at Boobie Gibson who stepped it. Here comes LeBron. Racing with Josh Smith. Takes him inside. He was fouled. Boobie Gibson standing up big time for the Cavaliers. Barrier even for the visitors as they have not lost the lead yet here tonight.
shot clock, single digits. LeBron inside, scores!
Broken through. He's getting through the wall.
LeBron sizing up Horford this time, attacks him, goes inside, put it down with strength. I mean, brute strength. 99-98.
Look at hit.
Shot clock with 1 second left, and the Cavaliers with the loose basketball. That shot clock was errant. Mike Woodson is up saying, how do we lose time? Who cares? Will Williams backside fires. No! Rebound bears out back up. Get it! For the lead! Oakland for this comeback win. LeBron crosses over. Gets right inside. He lost the grip, but he was fouled. Stops the clock with 50 ticks left. Chance of MVP goes up. Mike Woodson. Forgetting about his Cavalier assistant coaching days. He doesn't like it right now because what happened a moment ago with the clock, as LeBron making the first of two. He's looking for point number 49. Missed it though. Horford now picks up LBJ.
Somebody's got to move.
Here comes LeBron. Goes inside on the give up. Mo Williams closed upon. Took a kick with the shot clock. Cavs in trouble. Backdoor cut by LeBron. Covered up. Bergeron has to fire a prayer. Got it! Bergeron! Can you believe it? Unbelievable! Saints of Sacramento! And the biggest birthday hug that LeBron has ever received or given.
Limited time last year in the postseason. He's got to be able to knock down shots as we see Anderson Bergeron time.
Yeah. Zydrunas Ilgauskas in the game as well. And on to Kobe Bryant's contract, and the Phoenix Suns looking for 10 in a row.
Oh my gosh. Come on. 6 offensive boards here tonight.
LeBron on the drive again.
Are you trying to get to Dan for Monday night's baseball opener? I mean, no, he wants the pressure, and he delivers.
LeBron, wow, one and a Ilgauskas in there right now. LeBron.
I honestly feel like a beat these people. Sure. We just have to make some shots and stop these lulls at the 1-0.
14.
And 14-0. Great double team. Great double team by LeBron. This is uncanny. I mean, this is, he just reaches over.
Delonte West is in the game as well for Cleveland. Jumper LeBron. Difference game clock, shot clock. LeBron and one.
Great player. Just why he has nothing. They played him well. He plays the spin well.
Team with only 9 available players. Double-figure lead here in Cleveland now. Didn't have a point in this game, but still one of the most important guys in this game from the Portland. It's at 5. Fadeaway. Tough shot. Nothing serious for Shaquille O'Neal. Was on a foul by Joel Prisbilla, who accidentally scraped, and then he's been out of the game. Brandon Roy driving on Parker. LeBron.
No, they didn't get it. They didn't get it from either referee. I can see it's on the way up here right now. And I take, in my opinion,
because at this moment where we have played maybe 8 minutes of the first quarter, James knocks down a foul. Richardson. Shot clock out of 6. Here's LeBron. Yes. Here comes Green with the lead for James. Beautiful timing. The rookie.
Gets it to Danny Green. Danny with the nice alley-oop to the king. LeBron James with the finish.
James with the step back for the Cavaliers. LeBron,
Beautiful star playing out here by himself.
Here's James with a split.
And just beat them twice in home and home away series.
Oh, James with a step back.
They're looking like Allen Iverson. The early years.
James played well by Marquise Daniels. Now James played by Garnett. LeBron James, I think if Zydrunas wants to go back, there's no choice. Here's the lead for James, thrown by Vowers. Going to have some problems.
Well, everybody's unhappy then. You've got so many problems to handle. We see the shot.
Here's Hickson, trying to extend, kept alive by Jamison. James, to the left hand. Back comes James. The Celtics get back. LeBron able to whip right by. 3. Celtics. Shot clock at 5. James for 3. Yes. LeBron James for Garnett. He's able to recover, then lost it. Bergeron for James ahead of the field, and he puts it down.
Defensive activity by the Cavaliers, creating in the half-court situation. Let your defense come up with some steals and try to get some easy ones.
Here's James with a long three over Marquise Daniels. Roger sets the screen, and here is LeBron to the bucket. Yes, and it counts.
And not only is the and one impressive, but it's the and one of taking Kendrick Perkins, a 6'10", 7-foot center for the Celtics, up with
the rim, turned his body in the unnatural direction and made that shot.
Oh, beautifully done, LeBron James. Coming up with air. Williams for three. Yes. ABC Suns and Spurs, followed by the Nuggets and the Lakers. Here's Mo Williams for three.
Defense Mike Brown has been talking about.
Williams with a long three. Yes.
And James comes the other way. James on the drive, backs it in.
18-foot jumper, but on tremendous balance.
James inside, make the field this year. As Jamison gets the turnover. Williams back to James, leans in and rolls in. 224 for Cleveland. James puts that one up, knocks it down.
Ryan Anderson at the backup four.
Howard, shot blocked by James, comes flying in to throw it on the backboard. James now drives the other end and banks it in. How about that for an end-to-end play? Final seconds, James on the drive, up and under, banks it in, and a foul.
Play against a team that has no business facing them. And when you do that, you have to have 5 guys committed to saying, we're going to stop him, we're going to...
Nelson lost it. There's James, Carter one man, and gets it to go, and a foul.
This is a freight train coming at you. Get out of my way. Carter says there's no way. But to talk about the size, the speed, and the strength of LeBron James, this league has never seen anything like it.
For the Magic.
Although a different situation is LeBron knocks the things going tonight. James to Hickson. That's usually the way J.J. Hickson succeeds.
Well, I like the penetration.
Go. So back comes Parker. Gibson for three. Yes. He's got a 5. LeBron backs it up. Being played now by Beatrice. Anderson down. Here is James. What's going on?
He just went right past Deshaun Lewis. Deshaun Lewis had...
They isolate James with Beatrice. And he passed the shot. Right on target with Shaquille O'Neal. Here's James. Spurs Denver Nuggets from Denver coming up next with Dick Stockton and John Collins. West from down. James going behind the back on Beatrice. Need assist. Now James. Ron backs it up for three. Once again, they isolate James against Beatrice. And hits. The fans of MVP Orlando calls the time. What a start line for LeBron James. Here is James. Very tough shot.
Well, according to his book,
you have to start somewhere, Mark. You realize that.
Here is James. Beautiful pass from James. Here's James. Yes. That is 15. 4.5 left in this third quarter. James with the step. Averaging 20 points and 9 rebounds this season. Here's the alley-oop. Currently tonight, making his return from that shoulder injury after missing the last 11 games. Beautiful bullet. This is James. Oh, what a pass. Oh, Williams. James going late pass.
And have some kind of threat. They're a tough team to deal with.
There's James putting a move on Phillips. Yes, and it counts. 14 points, 13 rebounds. Nuggets have a 2-point lead. Here's LeBron to the rim. Yes, and the foul.
Well, how does Daniel Gibson miss 2 free throws and you don't come up with a rebound?
There's James to the hoop. Nuggets by 3. James for 3. And the game is topped off to James. And now LeBron taking to the rim. It's good and a foul.
high pick and roll situation. You get the switch with the center. LeBron James does the correct thing, puts his head down, gets into the box.
He drives it, but then O'Neal knocks the ball away from Christensen and knocks down another one. Tough move by KD.
Well, you have to look at it.
Williams left alone, no doubt about it, for three. Mo Williams.
They're going to blow the whistle.
Inside. I think they work on that in practice.
Do that for you, though.
See ya. Bring Augustus into the ball game. James shut down. Denied. Had to give it up. Parker pays it off for three.
You've got to take it. It doesn't come very often. That time it came in transition. Jeff Green making a terrific move to get to the basket.
LeBron James feeding the train around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. We welcome you. And one thing, Bronson now. He touched my fries.
Yeah, he already swallowed it.
As the shot clock winds down, Westbrook got a hand on James, +1. He is so strong. James scoring over Cephalosha.
Well, that's just sheer strength of LeBron James. You talk about
ATV, James off the turnover, packing it.
His way to the basket.
James from Canadian County, Oklahoma. Last 10 points for the Cavaliers.
Coming across his own teammate, LeBron James.
James from Hickson for three. Durant loses it. James +1 for the 4th time tonight.
What you have to learn very
with LeBron down from 25 feet for the 2nd time tonight.
He's going to the basket or making that screen and roll pass.
Durant's turned it over 5 times tonight. James 5 points
for the screen.
James stepping back.
Game.
Denver tomorrow at their...
And look at what he has done.
Running all the way to the rim. Blocked by LeBron. He's weak side, open floor blocks where you never see him to the left team. LeBron driving and putting it up and in. Honors, you said, Jim, just assertiveness. Confronting Ilgauskas and LeBron. He had a beautiful delivery there. So a heartbreaking sequence both ways. And LeBron pinballed away. LeBron will have an easy one. Wasn't looking to shoot, instead throws it away.
You're throwing into a crowd, a traffic jam.
LeBron putting it in and drawing the foul.
One of those players that can just do anything that he wants, seemingly, on the floor. Flips that up softly.
They're the only players with any kind of field goal. Monte to foot race. LeBron is tracking him, and there it is. You could see him waiting.
Well, there's your block of the game. That's better than the first one. You want to talk about competitive spirit? LeBron is down at the baseline and comes back up. And he, like you said, he just tracked him. Look at him right there. He also took a little glance about LeBron, but he tried to quicken. He tried to quick release. And thought he would
have our Metro PCS replay of the game. Both on November 17th and tonight. And LeBron tracking, stalking his prey, and knocking that one away. LeBron dishing and Bergeau finishing. LeBron 3. LeBron on the ISO again. Shot clock at 5. LeBron's got Maggette this time. Wheels around, hangs and finishes.
He might feel a little stronger than that.
It's going to be amazing as LeBron finishes.
Just a reset.
Into the lane, putting it up and in.
A lot of times when he feels perhaps that the teammates aren't producing, we see LeBron James go to the basket.
They have the best record in the East. This play by Bynum. James now guarded by Bryant. James weaves his way inside and scores.
10. Starts out right, comes back, crosses over, and then he's a terrific finisher. You think that's falling off the front of the rim. Instead, it hangs on long enough to get the good roll for him. It's coming out. No, it's fine.
James comes right. Uses the pick from Shaq. Shot clock at 5. Yes, Zelensky. Here's James getting inside. Test all over James. And to lose him on the spin. Scores and a foul. 5. Here's James. Yes. Long rest for Kobe Bryant. He will have fresh legs when he returns. James over the... Here's the double on O'Neal. It opens it up for James. See Bynum jumping out. Down at 3. Here is LeBron. Shot clock down to 6. James, yes.
Was at the defensive end for LeBron James.
James on the drive. Moon to get out. In other words, move aside. And it cleared the lane. 6-second differential here as James takes to the rim. Final seconds of this first quarter. Here's James. Can he get it off? He does. He hits. It will count. What a finish to this opening quarter. They'll review it, but he got it off on time.
LeBron James is one.
Shaquille O'Neal back on the floor, able to tip it over to LeBron James, who returns with a nice pass to Jamal.
And then Beasley's long arms went up and got the ball for the second shot.
Ilgauskas lost it. James is right there. But O'Neal could not finish. Moon is on it. James from Moon. Wayne losed, and he drew the foul. 12 points. James over Richardson for 3.
What he's going to bring to the game, I know.
Pump fake, and Moon went for it.
Kid loves basketball.
That's a 3 for LeBron for the lead to 7 points.
Dwayne Wade, coach, you talked about that first.
And we saw Derrick Rose come up big last week in that next to last game of the season against Boston.
And toughness in guarding Shaquille O'Neal, but he's going to draw Shaq away from that paint area, which is going to allow as Shaq gets down low in this first quarter.
Shot clock down to 4. Here's Moon for 3. Good job here by Johnson. James continues and goes to the reverse.
Look at James Johnson just playing a little bit aggressive. You see the good brush pick there by Big Z going into the lane. Show the guns, King. Show the guns.
Shot clock is down to 5. Nice fake by James. Oh, he stops. LeBron James puts it down in the face of James Johnson. They double up on James. James with the shot.
James to take that outside shot.
Coach Brown was worried that Shaq was out partying, but
James, who hit that jumper a moment ago, now has 14 points. Derrick Rose came right back.
Level of being unguardable, very much the same way Michael Jordan was. When he's knocking down that outside shot, how are you going to play him?
Oh! From 10 back, the game is tied at 50.
Well, does that mean Anderson is going to say some disparaging remarks about Chicago in a couple days?
James played by Dang as they clear it out. Here's LeBron to the bucket. James, yes, first half has given Cleveland a 1-point lead as we come up on 3.5 to go in the third. That's a 3 for James.
This is when Derrick Rose needs
to it. Shot clock at 5. Being played here by Noah on a switch. James for 3. James adjusting for the scoop. James, yes.
Matchup there. Kurt Heinrich is one of the better on-ball defenders for the Bulls.
Shot clock down to 3. Down to 2. Here is James with a rainbow. LeBron James, guarded by Dang. He's able to go right through. He's come a long way with the perimeter shot. Parker for 3. Anthony Parker had that one.
He had fun. And he stayed in shape, according to him.
Here's James with a deep 3 from Mo Williams. That is his first field goal. James off the steal, chased by Gibson, but James able to put it down.
Comes up with the steal right here, and Taj Gibson, there's no way you're going to catch.
Shot clock down to 5. Good job here by Dang, and James has to fire a 3 and knocks it down.
See LeBron James, someone can attack the basket.
Williams for 3. Timeout Chicago. The Cavaliers. Clock to 4. Ball's not moving though. And James has to fire up a 3 and hits. Varejao keeps it alive. Knocked out of his hands. Jamison recovering. Jamison open for three. Yes, for the playoffs. Dang, not able to hit from three-point land. Here comes James. James to the rim. Yes, and the foul. Heinrich now defending on James. Face guarded. James right by him. And stuffs. It counts on the foul. That lightning quick first step by LeBron James. Who? Assist number 5 for James. Gibson gets in. Oh, he's rejected by James. And here comes LeBron. Nice pass. James does it at the defensive end, then finds Jamison at the offensive end. And they have closed within 4. Here's Williams for 3. Varejao gets to it. James finds the room and hits. 11 seconds to play. In the fourth quarter, Rose is fouled, but it's a 2-point game.
Back-to-back threes. Has missed 3 baskets inside of 1 foot. And this is something that's got to improve as you move along.
Freight train running, number 23, LeBron to the basket.
Now, depending upon your angle, the talent base here, there's a number of ways that you can play small ball.
I mean, really.
And he just said, I like small.
Still shaking to the left. LeBron, 2 of 4 from the field. The answer to, and the Cavaliers back on top by 1. Cannot give that guy that kind. Take the last shot. Eyeing up Deng, size it up. LeBron beats the clock with a 2 to end the first half. Here's James down the lane, and Parker's free for 3. Anthony comfortable. He's trying to fix it. I just want to get another rebound on this trip. That's 9 now for LeBron after he gets that one. In the paint, James to 2. And he's short on that. We'll hop in the step of the Cavaliers. Mo Williams, 3. He could very well be in the rotation for some playoff season. We saw that with Boston a couple of years ago.
Yes, when he missed the 30-some-odd games, he came back. He
gave him too much club. At the end of the quarter, James. Oh, yeah! He did it again! You like that, Chicago?
That was special. That was special. Mainly because as he checks the clock.
Time, that's a 46-5-5 game for Dwayne Wade. LeBron, the only one to have a game. He's only got 31, 11, and 11 here. LeBron just banked in a 3. Cavaliers will try to close out this series Tuesday night at home. Bulls will try to force a Game 6 back here on Thursday. Oh, stop it! Stop it! But the Cavaliers with a great performance.
Well, there's going to be a multitude of players. Starting off by Deng, then you go to the smaller player and Kurt Heinrich as Mo Williams knocks down his first 3. Well, you touched upon that point. He's more relaxed than Mo Williams this year. And I think it is because he is that third need to make if they want to extend this series. Wide open 3 opportunities like that.
15 field goal attempts for the Bulls, only 9 for the Cavs. But Cleveland shooting 56%. Parker, bottom on a 3. Miller, denied by O'Neal. There's Williams with a lob. James on a kick out. Jamison, yes, for 3. David, obviously all the players are saying the right things. I ask you, Reggie, is it a legitimate distraction? I know they've downplayed it, considering all the speculation that's out there.
It's not a distraction come playoff time because you're focusing on winning. But let me say this.
LeBron James to Varejao.
It's okay, Duncan Dutchman. There are fouls now.
Noah. Denial on the inside. LeBron James got a piece of that Hakeem Warwick delivery. James, no look. Oh, the big finish. Jamario Moon skies for the dunk.
And 1.
57-56 Cavaliers. James has been quiet offensively. 3 points. Williams, a 3. Count it. 60-58. Cavaliers in front of the Bulls. This is game 5. James cutting. Oh! Major throwdown.
Look at the back cut here by LeBron James. Just sets up Deng. Deng is trying to overplay. Nice pass there by Jamison. An even better finish
by LeBron. Just under 8 minutes to go in this third quarter. 4-point lead for the Cavs. James, he's got it. A three.
Well, the Bulls didn't recognize they had switched Shaq.
And O'Neal getting down the floor for the easy bucket. Shaquille O'Neal. Team Noah to the bench. We are past the halfway point of the fourth quarter. Cavaliers trying to wrap up this series in 5 games and move on to the second round. Boston is waiting. James off the back end. West fires and hits a three.
LeBron's hands and let someone else beat you.
He talked about stepping up his game in the postseason, and we've seen it. James, the drive, and a chance at a three-point play. LeBron James is taking over.
Play here for the Cavaliers. You think he's going to the left side. Here comes the pick and roll as Brad Miller fouls out. Bears out doing a good job of setting that high pick and roll. And there's the contact and the nice finish there by LeBron James. Rose get to the basket. Only 2 free throws tonight.
Rose splits defenders and blocked by James.
During the regular season, the Celtics and the Cavs split their 4 meetings, each team winning on the road, and there have been some testy moments throughout this season series as Mo opens up with a short jump shot. And the Celtics turn it over. Here comes LeBron. Up on the halfway point of this second quarter. James to the bucket and scores. 7-point Celtic lead. Hickson, yes. James delivers to Hickson.
Dynamic that Shaq and Big Z can bring to this team.
James, yes, and the foul. It's on Pierce. Paul Pierce collecting his second.
Offense, dribble, 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 attack, and finish. And now he's had to go back to being more of a facilitator.
James getting to the rim. James with Pierce back. Pierce playing with a 3 fouls. Beautiful shot by James. Just coming short of a block shot. Just underway, third quarter. Shaq with his first field goal. Nice pass. Barajal set up by James. James for 3.
What's talking about, Marvelous?
Mo is 4 of 4. Here's Williams again. Make it 5 for 5 from the field in this third quarter, and the Cavs are within 1. There's Hickson, who just came back in. Hickson. James met by Pierce. There's LeBron on the drive. And he scored at the buzzer. And there's no question that LeBron is playing through that strained right elbow and a bone bruise on the other. Traffic for the most part, but still has 23 points and 7 assists. Backs his way and scores. Looking for a traveling violation. Here's James for 3. Shot clock to 6. Pierce went down to draw the foul. James, and it's put home. James with the follow. He has 30. Pierce rejected from behind by James. Perkins picks up James. Now Pierce back on him. 1 on the shot clock. James with the run. That count. Just did get it off. Out of 25 seconds. James for 3. LeBron James from downtown, and he has dialed it up in the second half.
I'm not quite sure if you're Doc Rivers. Either you get the ball out of his hands, but you got a foul in a situation like that.
And the Cleveland Cavaliers come from behind, come from 11 down to take game 1 here at the Cube.
He tries to utilize everybody around him.
He's one of the best players in the NBA, if not the best player in the NBA.
a 67-degree night in downtown Cleveland. The 2010 NBA playoffs continue. A new look billboard featuring the NBA's most valuable player, located minutes away from Quicken Loans Arena. As we close in on Game 2 of this best-of-7 Eastern Conference semi-final series, the Boston Celtics and the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Cavs taking Game 1 on Saturday night. Hi, everybody. Marv Albert, Reggie Miller, David Aldridge. Well, it was announced yesterday that LeBron James has captured his second straight MVP award. And now, for the official presentation, we go to the public address voice of the Cavaliers, Olivia Cedrin.
Good evening and welcome to Quicken Loans Arena for Game 2 of the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Boston Celtics and your Cleveland Cavaliers. At this time, please direct your attention to the video board for a special tribute honoring our very own LeBron James.
James for three. Yes!
James wants it, gets it, finds Hickson.
LeBron's having fun now.
Feel something coming.
Oh, St. Vincent, St. Mary,
LeBron blocked it.
Here comes James. Drives up and under, and he pucks it in with a foul.
stolen by LeBron James. Cavaliers are white and gold winner.
James.
Oh, yeah! He did it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kia Motors, the presenting partner of the NBA Most Valuable Player Award, is represented at center court by Tom Lovelace, Vice President of Sales, Kia Motors America. And now please welcome NBA Commissioner David Stern, who is here to make the presentation to LeBron James.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Kia Motors. I'm here tonight to say congratulations to the MVP of the 2009-2010 NBA season. The statistics are extraordinary, but the teamwork, the intensity, the passion for the game that has been demonstrated by this superstar has been a joy to behold. Two in a row, the team has the best record for 2 years in a row. Division championship 2 years in a row. Quite an extraordinary person I have here, and it's a pleasure for me as commissioner to give LeBron James the 2009-10 NBA MVP presented by Kia Motors, his trophy.
First of all, I want to say thanks, David. Thanks, Kia. You guys, it's an unbelievable, humbling experience for myself to be awarded this award. But I know it's not just me. I mean, these 14 guys here, you know, my coaching staff, these 20,000 fans, you guys all have a part to do with this. So I want to thank you. And this is an individual award, but you know, we have a team goal, and we all know what it is. So let's get excited for tonight's game. Thank you.
The Valuable Player Award is part of the NBA Performance Awards presented by Kia Motors. As the official automotive partner of the NBA, Kia will be donating a new Kia Sorento on behalf of LeBron to the Summa Foundation. Fans, once again, let's hear it for your MVP, LeBron James.
LeBron James has become the 10th player in NBA history to win back-to-back MVPs. The last player to win back-to-back, Steve Nash, in 2006. Like a travel to the lead. Now James ahead of the field, and he puts it down. I'm not quite sure. Here is James, and LeBron James with a rare success with a running one-hander. Maybe here's James. He got the step. Yes, and the foul.
He can play with that. We can deal with.
Rondo's first shot won't go, and here comes James. You expected the attacking early. Shoots over Pierce.
I like what the Cavs are doing on both ends of the floor.
And there's LeBron James, but it'll be 2 shots and possession of the ball. James, that's a 2-pointer, and knocks it down.
Out the poise, didn't get frustrated, understood that this is playoff basketball. I'm a grown man, I'm going to get hit, went to the foul line, and continued to carry with the aggressive approach.
And I agree with you as he knocks in another jump shot.
Expected. James so aggressive offensively, he's already in double figures as that shot will go. So 14 points. And it's 25-12. James again, 6 of 7 from the field. He is lighting it up. James to the basket, count it, and a foul. LeBron James dominating here in the opening period. Cavs already with 31 points. Allen ball knocked away. James to Moon. Moon to James, throws it down. LeBron James exploding for 21 points here in the first quarter, and the Cavs a 19-point lead. Davis looking to post up and under, blocked by Verjao. Shot clock and game clock nearly identical. James to Jamison. Wow, what a first quarter performance from the Cavaliers. James again, a 3-pointer. Up by 18, they continue to shoot the lights out. 14 of 21 from the field. James to the basket, not that time, gets the rebound, puts it back up and in. 26 here in the first half for LeBron James. Nice entry pass, and Shaq easily lays it in. James, Shaquille O'Neal has looked good here in the first half. Good presence, 8 points, 4 rebounds, couple of assists, and very good defense. Here's the block. James gets the rebound and puts it back up and in, and 3 assists, and we still have a half to play. Jamison lays it up and in.
Usually, the biggest adjustment from game to game is mentality, urgency, and edge as O'Neal knocks it in.
Still plenty of time left here in game 3. But the Cavs showing no signs of letting up. James knocks down another, his second 3-pointer. He's got 31, and this is the largest lead of the night. James has hit from all areas. That's a 2-pointer again. 33 for LeBron James. It's hard to believe that score, much like it was hard to believe the game 2 score when the Cavs were down 25 on their home floor. Celtics down as much as 26 here in Boston. And Parker nails it. James flips it up and in. Beautiful pass from Mo Williams. And where is the Celtic defense? They will have home court throughout the playoffs. Best record in the NBA. Back-to-back 60-win seasons. 61 this year after 66 last year. But they still have to prove they can get it done in the playoffs as James rejects Garnett. Rondo, who is dominant in the first couple of games. James with Allen on him on this possession. Flips it up and banks it in. Low start now by 6. James, that's a 2-pointer, and rolls around and in. James on the drive. And a foul, and Perkins picks up his 3rd. Team in this series. Nice pass, James. Flying 3 for 16. And Jamison again gets to the goal. James drives left-handed. Makes it look so easy of the game. As James falling away, gets it to go. Right now it's down to 2. Well, James had his mask. And Rondo pass to Allen. Oh, beautiful feed. Block. Rondo stripped by Parker. Here comes James. And just like that, it's back to 8. James head down, drives, layup, gets it to go, and a foul.
Side and Anthony Park on the other, so help can't come from there. But the help should come from the bottom guys.
And James goes high for the rebound. Feeding set by Pierce. And James at the
said, who's going to step up to help LeBron? Jamison and Mo Williams have not yet. They have 7 points each, 13 points, but only 2 baskets. Here's LeBron going in and lays it in.
Williams the other way. Nice bounce pass. James bobbled it and then lays it in.
That was a great play by Antoine Jamison at the other end.
Good pass, Jamison. James no longer wearing that sleeve on the elbow. Nice pass. Mo Williams, count it, and a foul.
And that's another adjustment by Mike Brown, putting size on Ray Allen with Moon. They've deflected 2 straight passes as he's tried to pass off double teams.
West misses. James rips it down and puts it back up and in. James gets inside, left-handed, flips it up and in. Beautiful shot from James. Drew the contact and a chance for a 3-point play. James pass deflected. Noverja gets it, puts it in, and an 8-0 run by the Cavaliers. Mo Williams gets to the basket again. Points for Williams. Celtics lead cut to 3. James up top. Oh, nice fake. Mo Williams nails the jumper. What a first half. He's got 20 points. Parker left open. Parker hits the 3. Rondo gets up on Williams. James, spin move, bank shot in and out. Perkins had it, lost it. James saves it, and Shaq throws it down. Big play from LeBron James to tie the game.
Put him on the block, which I like against a smaller Ray Allen. Aggressive move.
Here comes James. Gets fouled, banks it in. The strength of LeBron James quiets the crowd.
And this is a strong statement, but that could have been a game-saving play. The turnover by...
Defense has been excellent once again. Cavs shooting just 39% from the field. Ilgauskas left open, and he doesn't miss many of those. Ray Allen. 3-pointer won't go. James, his 14th rebound.
I didn't think that shot hit the rim, so I didn't think it should have reset to 24.
James hits a 3. James, and it's a 7-point game. James, another 3. It's good. Back-to-back threes for LeBron James, and it's a 4-point game. James being chased by Allen. Jamison on the drive, gets inside. Nice move from Jamison. James looking for the drive. Out to Parker. Parker for 3. That's good. Anthony Parker, the 3-pointer, and it's back to 8. Celtics by 9, coming up on 2 minutes remaining. James throws it down. 7-point game. And this is going to be as bitter an end to a season as you can possibly have. The year the Cavs were supposed to win an NBA championship, and the year the city of Cleveland was set to celebrate maybe their first title since '64 is going to end in the second round. Verjao puts up a 3. Won't go. Rebound Garnett, and that's it. The Boston Celtics with the huge upset. They advance to the conference finals. And LeBron James' season is over. Is his career in Cleveland over?
Impact to teams with the great wing defenders. And this is where Miami is the very best. Turnovers caused.
Trying to incorporate a number of new players as James.
No, but this isn't the same team either. I think we have to stop with whipping. Can bring you back to reality of what needs to be done. And again, let's give total credit to Miami as James.
When do you sit guys down and when do you have them play through certain situations?
Well, I don't know if there is a right or wrong answer. 5-on-5, and Miami is just swarming defensively.
Chalmers, alley-oop, James! Oh, what a play to Wade! Scary good.
Yeah, just swarming defense. Chalmers comes from the baseline, looks to lob it. James touches it to Wade. Just very good anticipation and vision by James.
Even though he said he's going to put it behind him and likes where he is here, as James knocks down another shot.
And remember what gave Miami a little bit of problem last year. Oh, my.
Oh, nice spin. And a goaltend. He's the center, can't they?
No, even Nowitzki. I thought, as James hits another difficult shot.
Minutes. James spins, drives, hits, and foul. 35 points now, Jeff.
Wow, and just bully ball.
Just him. I didn't think it deserved a suspension or anything like that. LeBron James. Pavlovich's pass picked off. Here comes LeBron. Takes by one. LeBron James put the speed on and put it down.
Before, though, Miami will absolutely punish you if you turn the ball over because they've got the world's two greatest finishers in transition in Wade and LeBron.
Unusual that both teams have been so prolific from beyond the three-point line. James. Picked off by Chalmers. Here's the alley-oop. Wade. And it's tipped home. Here comes Miami. Wade. James. Yes. By Anthony. James. Injury during training camp. Another Boston turnover. Here's James. Screaming, he stepped on the baseline.
Wade knew exactly where his teammate was going to be, and he knows how fast James is, that he can make up that ground, get ahead of Jermaine O'Neal, and have an
attack. And here comes LeBron. Halfway through this third quarter, James with the pull-up, yes.
And I don't know why. He had an open look. That's his shot.
James on the drive.
Get away from West. Giddy up time. LeBron down the middle, all the way. On the request of Larry Bird, of course, a 2-year, $20 million deal didn't hurt either. LeBron, short hook, up and down the rebound.
Hibbert had that rebound. If LeBron didn't go back for it.
Again, it's Joel underneath.
And check out the play and see if they got it right.
LeBron gets a step on Granger, leads into Amundsen, basket, and the foul. And another body rolling over for the hard drive of LeBron James.
You bet steam going to the basket. He saw the lane to the basket. Amundsen comes up a little too late. LeBron didn't even feel that.
At the line, LeBron James.
Tony. Post up against Paul George, spun by him. Got Hibbert, got the basket.
And watch this play again, coming right into your living room. You're watching Heat basketball on Sun Sports.
Nice pass, great cut. LeBron to Udonis for the two-hand flush.
6 assists, 5 rebounds. You know, it's knowing when to cut. His man left him with his back to him. His back of his
Pacers would really be struggling in this period. 3 for Chalmers. Come on. Granger with 2 seconds on the shot clock, dribbled it right into a Chalmers steal. Beautiful bounce ahead for LeBron. Don't fish.
What a way to top the head.
23, scoring 62 points on 51% shooting. Can one man do any more than LeBron has in this first half? 7 over the last 3 games. LeBron, well, the runway was cleared, he took it. Again, Dante Jones right there on LeBron. Look at that. Oh, my. 2 seconds left. Going up. And in.
Why not?
The Heat with 88 points through 3 quarters. You gotta love it here in South Florida. And now 2 for 13. Cole hitting ahead for LeBron. Finger roll. A 3-point chance for LeBron. Hop, skipping and jumping. To another 2 points. He's got 28 now.
Do not take your eyes off the tube. You will miss something. This is terrific. Changes direction as soon as he catches it. Gets fouled, does the finger roll, gets to the foul line. And how's the ankle, LeBron?
What ankle?
That's what I mean.
LeBron James sprained his left ankle with 50. Knocking the ball from box. Cole stole it back. Lob City! East!
As that ankle's okay, Eric.
31 for LeBron James. Brings a smile to not only Dwayne Wade's face. Toughest shot of the night for LeBron James. He made it anyway.
And Cole with the lob to LeBron.
Stevenson was with Washington. They met in the playoffs a couple of times. James the drive. It's good and a foul.
He accelerates, and you know what else happens? He puts that body to work on you too with the strength.
They're getting out-rebounded here, 5-1. James settles. Ball picked up off the floor by Anthony. The lob and slam. James with a backdoor feed. Cole. The cutter. James. The jam. LeBron James on a rack attack. Does. But you're right. There's the cut. Here's the finish. Norris. Cole. Crossover. Floating lob. Put in. No. Haslam.
Big time.
LeBron James. The windmill. 99% of the NBA players would be happy in a game.
This is a week for me at sometimes.
James, the pull-up pop, book it.
Oh, my.
LeBron James. Haven't seen a whole lot of that this season. James will shoot over the zone. Connects long 2-pointer. 38 seconds left in the third. James, how many steps was that? Harris lost it, but Miami retains it. James against Stevenson. James, tough shot. Win over the Nets. Chalmers to James for the jam. LeBron James.
It happens in a hurry, doesn't it? Watch how quickly and strongly he goes. It's gotten slower as the night has gone on, I think, but pretty good bodies.
Wayne and LeBron, here you go.
Stop the ball. They didn't do it. They ran away from the ball a little too deeply.
LeBron party. Muhammad is a senior at Oakland High as LeBron jump side, dunks that down. Heat. Here's where LeBron is just lethal. Get all the way to the 10. LeBron with that quick step. Epe meets him. He scored anyway. Shot clock at 5.
That's the way to play.
And he made it. And that's shot clock down to 5.
He wants to drive it and then pull up.
Fadeaway 22-footer, and he buried it. You can't play him any better than that.
Gets clock inside of 3. And LeBron over Gallinari. Nice pitch out by Nene, and Aaron Aflalo hits the 3. And a response quickly to James. And that is a way to end a 9-0 run. Touchdown pass like they did last year against the Pacers.
Somewhere in time doesn't mean you have to fall down. You can contest the shot, block the shot, or if the guy makes.
And on the defensive end, too.
Defensively, shot blocking, getting hands on deflections.
He's got a screen from Haslam. Gallinari came up on him. LeBron, there he is, first three-pointer. That is his second miss of a tech here tonight. Look at James hanging in the air, looking for a foul at every bump, and they're just letting him go here tonight. LeBron in transition.
Actually, the shot that beat them was a Von Wafer three-point shot. So, Mark Jackson.
That's right.
So whoever's doing the rapping, we're going to need a big quarter.
LeBron from the top for 2. Largest lead of the night. It's at 17. And cut into. Inside of 4. Lead is 19. And LeBron can still hit the 3.
First shot clock for Miami.
There you see the advantage of Miller. He got in there and kept that ball alive at 6'8". High arc on the boys. Very good, as I mentioned, three-point shooter for his whole career.
LeBron from mid-range. 52 to 35. Spurs on a 15-4 run. Bosh with a two-handed dunk in the first quarter. They're at 57% for the first half.
They're getting whatever they want against the Heat. They're in the league, knew that San Antonio would still be a tough team to beat.
LeBron gets a step, gets 2, and a foul. A game, keep in mind the Heat came back and won. Here's James for 3. Kaboom! Injuries. He has been, he's only missed 1 game in his 3 NBA seasons.
If I recall, they said he didn't have any cartilage
in this game. On the year, Jefferson averages 12. LeBron bombs up. He hits the rookie Kawhi Leonard. Nice pass. Joel, look out below. And Coach Popovich letting him play on. LeBron for 3. Yes!
Oh, my. He's feeling it. When he's hitting the jump shot, it's almost impossible to guard.
First lead of the game for Miami with 5:15 left in the third quarter.
All the way back from a 17-point deficit.
Parker missing. And James Jones with a rebound. This is a different game.
Now the defense again, contesting every shot.
LeBron for 3 again.
Yes, you know, as we said, when he gets hot, unbelievable.
Miami third quarter. Miami up by 4 after trailing by 17 in the second quarter. Kaboom! Chalmers! The Spurs is now bouncing out for San Antonio. LeBron, another three. Kaboom!
Oh, man.
It's raining threes in Miami.
We've seen this before, Eric, at both ends. He did that to the Heat when he was at Cleveland.
Boy, if the Heat turned the tables on the Spurs here in the third quarter. Miami was down 17 late in the first half. It has been all. Danny Green gets through and then lost the ball to Chalmers. Here's LeBron with a Heat up 10. Chalmers open three. Oh, yes!
They have a 5-on-4. Good pass from James to set it up. Three-pointer from Mario Chalmers. Surprising Pacers, followed by another matchup with the Clippers. James. Final seconds of the quarter. James over Troy Murphy. That's a two.
That kind of information at your fingertips, don't you?
Got screened, actually. I had help. All right, here's James Jones for three.
The night before games.
What are we saying here?
Nothing.
James able to drill it.
Gone from last year, and this Laker team will struggle to score.
James for three. Played by Bryant. Good recovery by Kobe. Sets it up for Battier for three.
Oh, what happened on that last possession? LeBron was feeling it. He really wanted to get a shot off. Look at LeBron holding the three up. Finding
picked up by Barnes. Chalmers back. Nice move by Barnes. Blocked from behind.
Kept the tempo down, but they just haven't been able to score, and this is one of the reasons why. It looks like the Lakers are finally going to get a fast break hoop, but here comes LeBron out of nowhere to smack that shot away.
LeBron backing his way in. That's an Oscar.
Pretty much total control. Thank you, Harp.
Steve, in your days with the Bulls, as LeBron fires and hits from downtown.
That's the traditional NBA offense is full of sets, so you run a number of sets. The best coaches that I had, as LeBron's getting himself going.
At one point, Miami had a 29-3 run against San Antonio. Off the turnover, James got the step, and Kobe Bryant very upset. 24-second violation.
Well, this game has not had many of these opportunities for either team. So LeBron, you can tell he gets excited as soon as he sees that loose ball. He just takes off his way right into it. Shot that with ease.
Bryant now 4 of 13 from the field. LeBron James has had the touch
on the road. It'll be very interesting to see if this Laker team can establish anything, because James was hard fought the whole way, and I think the Sixers are one of the few teams that can match this kind of speed.
LeBron James showing the speed. His 4th steal.
Here's that steal and dunk. I mean, when he gets ahead of steam, I don't know if there's ever been anybody as fast and as explosive.
Aslan with a good pick. Oh, the runner by James.
All the way down to the wire, but the extra hustle is what allowed the Pistons those opportunities.
Look out, though. LeBron keeps the basketball. Backs in, turns, fires, fills it up. LeBron against Austin Day. Steps back, line drives it, hits it.
Hard to recover defensively.
Step in front, steal by LeBron. He's only got Rodney in front of him. Spins, up off the glass, got it. LeBron backs in, half hooks, misses. Greg Monroe had the rebound, lost it. LeBron shot won't fall. Battle underneath. Greg Monroe had it. LeBron took it away and laid it in. 5, 3 seconds, 2. LeBron for 3. This gets it back, loses it in the lane with the shot clock running out. Numbers for the Heat. Alley-oop to LeBron from Cole for the throwdown.
On the drive, James doesn't just miss down the other end. And a lane stripped by Wade. Wade coming, looking to push. Alley-oop to James. A great pass and an even better finish. Clock down to 7. James sets and hits. You're out on an island, and James makes Walker pay. There's just no way that Walker can guard LeBron James, who throws it down. James kicks it out. Miller, that's a two-pointer by Walker. Stolen by Cole. Cole, alley-oop to James. Eyes in the back of his head, and James throws it down. Timeout, Knicks. Wade, nice feet to James. Pretty play. So strong. That's twice now he's done that. As LeBron James rattles in a shot. Has the ability to get hot offensively. LeBron James, him and Haslam tumble. Sotomayor has a lap with him. Shane Battier hits a three. Battier again, left open, does it again.
Spirit. He's trying to be up and into him. That was an unwise gamble.
James drives and lays it in as the shot clock expires. 17 turnovers. James to Wade. And the Heat go up by 9. Timeout, New York. And a standing ovation here in Miami.
Some of these passes are not even close.
James drives, lays it in. Appears the Knicks are going to fall short tonight. As the Miami Heat with a strong fourth quarter. James on a pull-up, puts it in. 29 for James.
And they should be able to run more as James finishes emphatically at speed. James rebounded, threw ahead, and got the return pass. Again, if Chicago wants to win, you've got to eliminate these plays.
Here comes James again, full head of steam. Slows down and lays it in. How do you stop that? LeBron James tips it to Chalmers. Chalmers comes up with a 3-on-1. Wade, alley-oop, throws it down. You could see that developing.
They will score. Here, 3-on-1. Easy lob from Wade to James. Front way to score. Coming off baseline swing.
Oh, he does it again. Throws it right up to the rim. James comes flying in from the right corner. And another dunk.
Well, look.
Goes back in the man-to-man. James drills. Noah on James. Jump shot.
And this 4 small lineup with James at the 4 is very difficult to defend if you're Chicago.
James pulls up, puts it in with 0.2 of a second remaining. It's huge.
It's 9/10 from what I can get.
Oh! James turns around and knocks down the 3. And a timeout. Chicago had words for Gibson after putting it in.
And they lead the league in forced turnovers. There's one. Wade, LeBron. Leone helping out Ariza, leaving Miller free for 3. You got us. Landry 2 for 2 in that trip. He has 4. Hornets 29-25. LeBron. Finishes underneath. And a nice rebound underneath by James. He'll start the break. Middle of the break. Delivers to Battier. And now Chalmers gets it underneath for Wade. LeBron with a left-hand scoop. They rebounds it. Hits 7th board. Heads up court.
See how difficult that offensive set was, Bob?
He scoops to Wade. Intended for Okafor, tipped away. LeBron in the front court goes between the legs and finishes with the left hand. Oh, and LeBron tips the rebound to himself. Starts to break. Gives it to Wade. Back to LeBron. Wow.
Have demonstrated that you can get into the lane with the dribble against him.
LeBron feeds Chalmers for 3. Second of the quarter.
Going to the rim, and they're looking for each other, doing a very good job of it.
2 straight double-digit scoring games for Okafor. Chalmers off the deflection. LeBron for 3. Chalmers does. 2-on-2. Got LeBron. That's all he needs. Here comes James. Look out. Runaway train goes behind the back and scores again, plus a foul. Finds LeBron. They surround him on the baseline, leaving Miller free for three. That's why Miami is in.
For DeRozan. James on a kick out, on a repost. Here it is. James banks it off the window. 2 early turnovers by Miami. Raptors with 5 points off of it. Count it. Goaltending. The 3. James out and running. Finger roll. James on the wing. James driving. Coming over to help is Gray.
Point A to point B, and they get their fingers on it and deflect.
Jumper, good. Mario Chalmers coming in over the last 3 games. 10 for his last 16 from downtown. Side to LeBron. Forbes on him. Back down. Shake, shimmy, fade. Mangas at Gonzaga. Good play. Shoots it. Turnover. Pull back to James. Raptors are just 13 of 19. The steal. James.
Getting there, and they're getting there, then you've got a problem. Back screen. And again, I'm surprised they haven't gone to him already. The weight took over immediately. Now
he has 3 of them. We're going to count that.
they should.
Yep, Bamute with a pretty solid whack to pick up his first foul.
They're getting some easier shots out of that against their defense.
Mike Dunleavy with a very good foul. If you're going to foul of James. James hits the fadeaway and go.
Now right here in this blink, they could be up 10.
You want to turn that barrel around.
You sure do, and there you go. So you know what? They can be very good defensively, Jim. There's no question about it. And right in 10 quarters. Yeah, and you know, Brandon's not a guy that sticks you on the ball. Look at that. Wow. How do you defend that? Bosch on the elbow. It's not that Brandon's a good on-ball defender. He's really not, but he can turn it. He can take it from you. And that's a thing.
2 straight dunks, LeBron James. James. Oh.
Same spot, left side, James.
When he shows up. That speaks for itself. To draw the foul, they don't give it to him at midcourt. You have to give LeBron James a ticket.
Miami, the best in the business, points off turnovers. LeBron James. Waits, good hard show by Hollins, who reclaims Anthony inside. LeBron James falling away and hitting off the glass. And his pocket picked. Here comes Chalmers. You see the lob coming to James.
Play defense. Oh, boy.
Back cut inside. LeBron James, look out below. He has now shooting a paltry 32%. James feeling it. Heat check for 3. Battier wanted to post up Irving inside. Instead, they jumper from LeBron James worth 3. James on high, jab step, and he sticks it.
Nate McMillan went to that smaller lineup to try to get back into the ball game.
And here is James. He's picked up Wayne. Here he comes.
Key pieces of Dwayne Wade with another steal.
3-on-1. James.
Are you
LeBron
kidding
drops the
me?
anvil.
LeBron James, this is all in.
Cleveland State, and the rookie who has meshed well, brings tons of energy. LeBron James the other way with no fouls to give, and Miami on top, and it's LeBron putting in a 3. Look, opinion, this guy really struggles. It's on the basketball going into the All-Star break, plus 14 rebounding. Aldridge coming over, rotating on them, 2-3 weeks ago, and they were just decimated by the Lakers. Oh, look at this.
Game 2 and really frustrated.
Look at this.
Why not?
Woo!
Why not?
Bring it home,
Let's
LeBron,
look at
baby.
it.
Bring it home. Tweaked their offense this year. They've made adjustments in their offense this season.
Well, they get deflections, they come up with steals, and they have finishers.
Chalmers drives. LeBron hangs out and flies in and takes a glance at the crowd. Out front goes LeBron. Backs in on Hayward and got it.
But this is where the train comes, and you just can't stop the 240, 245-pound LeBron James. Too strong.
9-game winning streak on the line. LeBron pumps it up and in. James front court after the rebound off the miss by Harris. Battier, 3.
That's a mental mistake. You can't let that happen.
Put 57 on Miami. James turns the corner. Wow.
Ridiculous. LeBron's just disappeared.
Howard's done a nice job frustrating him.
And as soon as I say that, he goes and scores, but it's lead Jazz. When you get cut, just Jazz basketball comes out of you.
Boy, LeBron was let loose. Tim Eddie can play all positions. How about that? He lost the handle, still with the muscle, put it off the window. He goes one-on-one. Over the top he goes. Anthony hammers.
It's amazing how he can just take over a game when he wants.
LeBron on the court. D-Wade rests. LeBron the follow away. 20. And the foot speed. 82-73. James is going to try to win this game all by himself. Hammers down another jumper tonight. 85-75. Lead is back to 10. LeBron, the step back jumper.
That's unguardable.
Lost the handle. Earl's got to pedal back by himself. Takes on Cole. Good job, James.
Did you see LeBron James sprint the court?
And James to play, and it's a 6-point ball game in Salt Lake City.
They say LeBron runs a 4.340. Well, he just beat everyone down the court right there.
As championships.
T will talk to you during the post game. Dwayne Wade and LeBron James on a comeback. Battier to James, the follow away. Jay in and out and in. LeBron shaking his head as he runs back down the floor. LeBron stops and pops. We're tied.
I'm telling you, he wants it.
88.
And this is what irritates me watching. It's time for a hard foul.
He wants 3. No. Pulls the trigger. Blocked by Howard. He has it. Earl on the wing. Josh Howard. Put it up. Earl tries to find CJ.
Power. We talked about everything that he has. Watch the speed, his recovery speed, getting back, and then, I mean, that's just an incredible block shot, and it gave the Miami Heat another possession. For this last month, is finishing games.
Screen by Anthony. Howard rolls off of it. 3. Got it. Look at him. Look at him stare at the crowd. High screen, Anthony. LeBron works behind it to put up a wild shot. Oh, please! Unbelievable! Not from this world.
The most unbelievable shot I have seen this year. LeBron James just made.
He is not from this planet. The impossible.
I mean, this is video game status right here. Here's the first 3. And then he's hot. He's off balance. One leg. I am not sure how he even got that off.
Very well. The Heat are very good on keying on certain individuals, but then still want him to do it because he could be so disruptive inside. You know, he's so strong.
LeBron, nice cut. Over Williams for 2.
How pretty.
LeBron with a takeaway by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can see that coming all the way. First coach to say that. Here you see it again. And he said they don't just run the break, they come in droves. Everybody's involved in the break.
How cool does that look? The slow-mo to 3. LeBron in the post. Over Marvin Williams. Sun Sports replay before we went to break. Could feel that one coming. LeBron right to Battier. And here comes Cole. Hit ahead for LeBron. Oh, my.
Don't take your eye off the game when LeBron or D-Wade's in the open court.
And some artful maneuvering.
Yeah, get the ball up the court, LeBron. Score any way you can, baby. He's got a 3-point lead. You're watching the Heat on Sun Sports, presented by AT&T Uverse.
Derrick Rose, you figured that equation would be enough against Chicago on Wednesday night, and it was not. And LeBron killed a half, and a lot of missed shots. There's the home run pass. Wade to James. They've done it all season. It's an end 1 after the Turner foul. Far the best turnover team in the league on record pace. Another inside miss
from Philly. James Jones, shooter, going on and all that other exciting stuff with the Knicks. James.
Continuity, you need to get out of the gates. The schedule set up well for you early.
Yes, it did. Oh, great finish. James contact. James and one.
This, you're making a great run, but you got no answer for this guy on the triple drive. I tell you, his handle and Dwayne's handle in traffic, they don't ever get it stripped.
And weight handling. Clock at 4. James rises and hits.
The playoff start, but you've got to play 10, 11, 12. On him, looking to feed, turnover number 1 right there, and Wade to LeBron. If they need to get a game on the road, they certainly can. Wow, what a move by James on a crossover into a lot of room. This is back in 1967. LeBron with the interception and the drive the other way. Nice transition. The 03-04 season, 7 consecutive regular season wins for Dallas. James! He'll fly with a terrific feed and just gives the Miami Heat their biggest lead tonight. Points. How about that pass to right on the money? My goodness, LeBron James. Fun to watch. Are you entertained?
Another screen by Turieff unloads the jumper for LeBron.
He really just dumped him.
Of course, remember these clubs met in last year's first round, a 5-game series win for the Heat. LeBron hanging in him.
Coach Collins said, Elton Brand, the most professional basketball player he has ever coached.
Williams with a steal of the LeBron pass, and then LeBron steals it right back. His second steal. Driving in and scoring. Chalmers for 3. Kaboom!
All right, here's LeBron.
It in. And here comes LeBron. Giddy up time.
Wow, what a great
pitches out to Turner. Stolen by Battier.
That started with good defense by Turieff on Brand, who tried to power his way in.
6-point lead for the Heat. 3 on the way and in. The Heat have outscored the Sixers in this quarter 23-12. 25-12. 22 points. Stripped by Harris. And here they come, 3-on-1. LeBron. And the foul.
Harris is Harris was right there. But watch, give it to LeBron, let him do his thing. You know he's going to find a way to either score.
At 5. LeBron against Hawes. It's good. Now, for the 3rd time tonight, bumps with Turner and fires. Bounces in. That shows you how important a possession is late in the game. Look out!
From Chalmers to LeBron off a Battier hustle. That's another thing that we
times on his way to the rim and nothing's falling.
James knocks down a 3. James is having one of the best defensive years in the league as James knocks down a 3. Marvelous all season long. As James drives and beats Durant. Shot clock down to 6. James another 3. That's good. LeBron James with his 3rd three-pointer. 10-2 in favor of Oklahoma City. Who'd have thought it?
Look at this steal.
But James goes up and throws it down.
Come on now. Just keep an eye on this. This is just a spectacular steal. We told you about LeBron. It's one of the categories that he's in the top 10.
See that Miami. James puts it up, puts it in at the buzzer.
Just watch how he measures it and measured the clock. Beautiful release. His confidence in his long game. That's why we told you, coming in, he was 3 for 20 in his last 3. But look back.
Releases James. Oh, he got hit in the face. And he's still able to throw it down and a chance for a 3-point play.
Easy layup. Now keep an eye right here. Durant is coming down, but he catches him right alongside of the head. Easy call for the baseline referee.
A chance of MVP. He is certain.
Turnover.
Double team Durant. Oh. And that's another turnover. Good deflection. James to Bosh. And Bosh to finish. Here in the 3rd. James kicks it out. Battier open look for 3. That's good. Shane Battier, the initial defense.
Yeah, they're keeping him out of the paint, Mike.
Cross court to Battier. The 3. It's good. Shane Battier. Here's the help defense. James again, the corner. Battier, another 3. Yeah. Bang!
Eddie
beat candidates. James now with Harden on him, drives inside. Yes, that kind of block. James gets inside, left-handed, just flips it in off the glass. And James picks it up.
Got an advantage here, 4 on 2.
James to the basket, banks it in.
Yes, runs it down, but turns it over. LeBron, Wade, LeBron!
Great vision, striking distance. Now this is just a great move. Now watch the pass to the left of the screen, right back.
Dwayne Wade to LeBron James up to the
pretty good group on the floor.
He's only missed 1 game this season. He's played in 59. This is his 60th, and on the drive.
The more the season went on, as it did, he bought into it.
Look at that power move.
Used to it. Don't rush.
LeBron James on the inside, and the foul.
That's right. He left his feet. You just don't want to do it, especially with LeBron James. You don't.
The Joel Anthony screen. Back up top, looking for backdoor. Cut by James. St. Mary. Big time.
That's just crazy.
Forbes in the finish. Pass. LeBron James. James at the buzzer. Battling the defenders to lay it up and through. You see the bucket there, and how about that? With Johnson and Johnson back there. Handles a long pass. And you see
height that he came into the NBA with, and the flair and the drama, and of course.
They want to go home with the trophy, and so they're not thinking about. They're thinking about tonight, but they're also thinking about the big picture. And when you got LeBron James, you can do that.
But this is the ability this guy has. He can make shots like this. He can create.
Would it be a boost in the sense as James drills it?
Just over 4 minutes gone by in this first quarter. Chalmers gives it up. Look out! The tomahawk. LeBron James flying to the rim.
Well, we'll take a look at LeBron. Little give and go right there. Weak side for
play. Second quarter. James gets a screen from Bosch. James, little shuffle step, and he buries the triple. We are tied at 52.
Block him out.
James using the Bosch screen. James hesitation from. And they're just not typical and conventional. James, the breakdown to the rim. And a chance for a three-point play. LeBron James.
The side, watch LeBron. Little bump, little switch, and Sheldon Williams is in trouble. He knows it. And Sheldon Williams, if he had to do that again, instead of grabbing him.
It's Morrow who draws the assignment. James, he just snakes his way to.
This is a small to big advantage.
James with a head of steam to the hoop. LeBron James has absolutely taken over.
Straight up D. Don't let him get to the basket.
James runs into Green. James keeps going. Fade away. He buries it.
Coming down the stretch in the fourth quarter. Boy, it has not been the problem here with LeBron James just understanding. LeBron once again, he recognizes the Morrow double team. He pushes Green. Boy, a lot of contact out front. Either way you want to look at it, but it's a man's game.
James tries again, gets inside and banks it in. Quickly down the other way. LeBron James on the pull-up, the flick of the wrist.
But it's just being.
James fouled again, and he banks it in! LeBron James nails a three-pointer, and a chance for a four-point play. As the Heat have opened this one up here in the second period.
Think about the strength that this takes.
Oh, it's a 2, not a 3, but still an unbelievable shot. James against J.R. Smith. One dribble, pull up, puts it in. James, the finish, and a foul. What an eruption here in the second quarter.
This is a bad man right here. Driving left, slides by Jeffries, and in between J.R. Smith, finishes.
James on the pull-up. That shot falling. He's unstoppable.
In these type of, difficult calls, you got to be able to just play through.
Battier gets the rebound. James, the drive, the adjustment, the bank shot. Final seconds, third quarter. James against Anthony. Puts up a three. Bang! LeBron James from downtown. What a performance in game one for James and the Heat.
30. The ball, nice defense, a turnover. The other way to LeBron. Away, the deflection. Bosch, the look away. James for two, and the Chandler foul. Mason bringing the ball up. He'll put up a three. Anthony defending James. LeBron. James, personal foul for the New York Knicks.
Here's the difference between fresh legs and a guy that's been on the floor pretty much the whole evening.
Into Teterboro, got here not too much before tip-off. Started and has helped this team. LeBron James. Anthony, the late arrival on the scene by Baron Davis. I mean, one thing after another, as Carmelo said, and LeBron puts in another.
Everybody writes the story after the story as he makes a.
Second, still even. James the drive. And here comes Chalmers to Wade. James cutting to the basket, lays it in. And the Knicks back up by 6. James a three-pointer. It's good. Ralph's helping the Knicks get the victory today, but still plenty of time remaining. James is open. James for three. Knocks it down. Can't believe the call. James spins. Gets inside. Puts it in. And the foul. LeBron James with a chance for a three-point play. And the foul on Chandler is his 6th. What a move from James.
Battier in his face. By J.R. Smith, LeBron.
Woo. Right now, the Heat, at the defensive end, and you don't pick up your third foul.
James. And he locates Chalmers for three. Shot clock is at 6. Did not hit the rim. Wade. LeBron James.
In a playoff series.
Carmelo now at 19, and LeBron James span there. And so now they have Fields watching James. Anthony was on. No one expected Lynn's sanity. They were getting ready to cut him before they gave him a chance to start. It's LeBron James. Quick blitz on Wade. Shot clock at 1. Battier for 3.
Congratulations, LeBron James, the 2011-2012 Kia NBA Most Valuable Player.
Will garner defensive first, second team over the years. There's Reed, there's James, and the first takeoff of this series.
Just keep an eye right here on the fast break. We know that LeBron James gets out on the break as well as Wade, and they're constantly looking down the floor in threes.
Excuse me, that was the 4th foul on George Hill.
That's big.
And Frank Vogel choosing to keep him on the floor. Nice pass from James against Hibbert. They let LeBron go right to the basket.
It's 12 to 15 feet. I don't know what's happened to them in the second half. Bad spin.
Halfway through the quarter, James, MVP for 2. LeBron, Turiev.
Anthony and Turiev, they have 12 points and 8 rebounds in this game.
James,
second shot, putback.
In a quiet second half for Hibbert in foul trouble. James given space. He's dribbling off the heel, chased down by Chalmers. Here's James.
12 rebounds out long. Come on, you have to rotate back. This is the most critical time of the game. This is just a strong move, and you know that either Wade or LeBron, and then forcing Indiana into poor percentage shots.
Wade falls, kept the dribble alive. Clock at 5. Here is James. Check, please.
Miami needs something to ignite them. James coming to the basket, and there they go. A block on one end, and LeBron dunks on the other.
6 a game in this series. Now, this is LeBron just taking it strong. Hibbert is not going to pick up a foul.
Wade's first shot. LeBron the rebound for the Heat. Battier desperately needs to make one.
There you go.
At the first quarter. Fans didn't like to call him hand throw. Candidly, could have gone either way. Chalmers.
Put it so easily.
Norris Cole, Mike Miller come into the game along with Udonis Haslem.
Quick.
Wade remains on the bench. Running the offense through James. Beautiful finger roll by LeBron.
Can't get out the open floor, Mike, unless you get block shots, deflections, and then also you hold the team to one shot.
James on a step back. So many have said LeBron needs to have a Cleveland-type LeBron game. Score 40. Carry the team.
Keep an eye on LeBron here now. He's going to attack. You can see the push-off, and then by avoiding Hibbert, third time in a row to get him open.
Haslem with the putback, and Udonis Haslem, who's really been struggling. Take away by Wade. Lead for James at the basket.
In 36% from the field. He was getting a lot of shots.
LeBron able to rattle it in as he pays. He's got one of the league's best defensive players, James, in his way, and a little floater over Hibbert, and LeBron's done that. Wade cutting to the basket, so he's got a three for the grab by Chalmers.
Keep an eye on his baseline pass. That was beautiful. It was right through there, no chance for Hansbrough, and then Wade was already in the air by the time.
Attack by James. Hibbert waiting, and one for LeBron.
Just watch the hit here. He's going to take this hit, and he still can control the shot where he can bank the ball off the glass.
A little helter-skelter the last minute. James, a floater. 2 of those in this game.
Wade, 2 points in the first 22 minutes, 12 in the last 7.
And the tomahawk jam by James. It's to Haslem. On the attack, James. What a pass from Wade! And what a show they are putting on in this third quarter.
Now keep an eye on LeBron going left. Now just watch this. Off the bounce. Boom. Right there, right on the spot. They had a 2-on-1 down in low. He made the right choice.
Rebound for Miami. James attacking Barbosa. Bang! And a bucket for LeBron. 37 in a row.
Take the contact and just watch how he controls the ball and then spin.
Barbosa with James back. Goes at him. James with a block.
Once again, runs his man down and gets this block right there. All right, off the glass. They had 3-pointers.
Trapping James. Keeps the dribble alive. It's Haslem for a big one.
There you go.
Points in game 3. Battier. LeBron is on it. 2-on-1 with Wade. Goes all the way.
Well, this is the problem when you play Miami. Turnovers or long rebounds turn into a nightmare for your defense. LeBron James, Dwayne Wade coming right at George Hill. Nothing he can do.
Subject, Joel Anthony able to keep it alive on that offensive board. Beautiful feed.
So great sign for Eric Spoelstra.
LeBron goes to the driving open shots. Got clock to 5. James to the step back and hits. Here's LeBron for 3. With
Miami.
To Hill defending on James. James pokes it back out. Another possession. James for 3. Anthony and Battier. Bad pass picked off by LeBron. Look out. Here comes James. James is on it. Here comes James to Wade. Back to James. At the buzzer.
That Ranger is huge for this team, Marv, as Battier knocks down another.
From American Airlines Arena in South Florida. James off the lead. First blocked by Curiath. James in the open floor. Beautiful peg. That pass picked off. Wade flips it down beautifully. Wade to James. They are running on all cylinders here tonight.
I think Dwayne wanted to just return the favor, Marv, because a couple minutes ago it was LeBron with the big in game 2.
James looking to put a move on Hansbrough, and then shoots over him and hits.
Ranger up on James. James drive, gets inside. High Cole has it. Cole ahead to Wade. Back for James, and the flush.
James drives, goes right at Hibbert, goes past him. Raises his level. It was so confusing early as James knocks down. Shot clock down to 8. James, little jab step, knocks down the jumper. LeBron. James, the drive goes right at Hibbert. Tough shot. Now the enemy. James gets inside, banks it in. What a difficult shot for LeBron James. Now drives hard, puts up the shot, and gets it to go. It's back to 10. Clock winding down. James waiting, puts it up, puts it to the night, and that'll pretty much do it. Miami have met in the postseason. Last year's second round is James to the basket. They had that great Game 7 duel, bad pass from Rondo. And James with one of the easiest
feet. Garnett is one of the best.
Oh, Chalmers this time. Pierce has the strength to deal with LeBron James. Not many players can say that. He's a good defender. James drives left-handed, puts it in.
They're doing, setting 2 picks for him. So when you try to go under, and James hits the jump hook.
Star players. James nails the jumper. Wade comes up with it, fires a baseball pass to James. What a pass and an easy layup.
Well, how does the best player in basketball get behind the defense that much? I don't know, but great pass.
James flips it up and in. 5 to play. James drives on Garnett. Pull-up shot, banks it in.
Depth as Turiaf brought Garnett on the drive.
James throws it down. He is just so special. And this first half, one of them. James jump shot, that's good. Right for it. Battier did a good job. James kicks it out. Chalmers for 3. It's good. Chance. James picked up by Garnett. Backdoor to Wade. Oh, he puts it in. What a... James spots up for 3. That's good. The 3. James will try another 3. Same spot, same result. The radar because it's the San Antonio Spurs. Pierce blocked by James. Ahead to Wade. Wade puts it up and a foul. It's by Miami. And that was an easy one. Wade the drive to the basket and a foul. Here's James quickly down the other end, and James banks it in with a foul. James pulls up another 2-pointer. James have both come out strong. James tries another 3. That's good. LeBron James. James. Pull-up jumper. Puts it in for tonight's Game 3. James posting up Pierce. I mean, that's just this crowd from about a half hour before tip. It's so fired up. James draws the foul, puts it in and bounds. James drills it. Outscored them 18-10 here in this third period. James fakes the 3. Drives the floater. Oh, he just hits him tough.
Like he did in Game 2.
Well, I'm sure he's proud of it, and we'll look back at it someday, but he was legitimately disappointed as James. Wade double teamed as he has seen all series long. Chalmers spots up, and that's a 3. 5% from downtown. James blows past Pearson, throws it down.
Well, good attack in semi-transition, but
series long. Having to guard LeBron James. James with the jump shot is good. Clock down to 3. Difficult shot from James. Gets it inside, deflected. Celtics sloppy. They've got 4 turnovers. James on the run. Gets inside. Count it and 1. James for 3. Puts it in. LeBron James. James spins, trying to draw some contact. Boy, what a describe this series. A good old-fashioned bar fight as James hits it again. 4 shots. This is his next 2. I'm sure Doc Rivers doesn't want him to hesitate then. James, meanwhile, he is knocking down everything.
Well, just
Keon Dooling had a double-figure game. James tries again and puts it in again. James again. There's good defense there, though. Double team. Chalmers puts up a 3 and nails it. Ray Allen turns, little jump hook won't go. James comes flying in and throws it down.
Well, good play by
9 turnovers. Rondo's tried to force, make some extra special passes as falling away, gets that to go off the glass.
That's where the greatness of the superstars can sometimes bail you out.
Rondo try to poke it away, and James floats it up. James down the other way, kicks it out. Chalmers right corner. That's a three. James jab steps on Petrus. Now the jump shot. That's been going in all night long.
Shots, and it's down to 10.
Crowd back into it again.
And I'm not a fan of how they're playing right now offensively.
James for three. James turnaround jumper, drills it. 41 points. James again, 43 points.
Allen, his third steal. Rondo sidestep, blocked by James. James drives, the floater inside. Over Chalmers to get it, stolen by James. Here comes James, lobs to Wade. Back to James. What a play from Wade to James. And the lead is cut to 5.
This is a huge play. Great effort on the defensive rebound by Petrus, or offensive rebound, and then the two.
Now throws it away. Chalmers telling James to go. He does. Lays it in with a here in the third is Garnett sitting. James drives on him. Hot step. Keeps his pivot foot all. Pretty key points, 5 boards. James on the drive to the rim. Foul. Count it and one.
The foul went on Petrus versus on Pierce, which would have been his 5th, but they've got to get where LeBron James, and that's
to go with 20 points. Drives to the lane. LeBron James throws it down. Miami back up by 1.
Well, you can't leave Brandon Bass on an island, and Brandon Bass has to give a little bit more cushion, but Ray Allen's got to put his body in front, not swipe at the ball. Where's the help?
James looking. Drives. Bank shot, it's good. This time shuts him off. Shot clock down to 5. James fires a 3. Bang! LeBron James from well beyond the arc. And the Heat lead by 7. Chris Bosh. And then when the Celtics defended him beautifully, LeBron James has to put up the long 3 as the shot clock expires. 5-point lead now on LeBron James. James drives past him and an easy Durant the rebound. Turnover stolen by James.
And gets the chance for the 3-point play, and James hitting to James Harden on the pick and roll to try to take away.
Hit up their defense a bit. James, though, is open. Banks it in. Keeps his dribble nicely. Shot clock winding down, and James rattles in a... James trying to quiet the crowd. Oh, throw
ball when they run their offense through Perkins.
Drives again, and now they go back. James puts his head down, throws it down.
Well, good crossover by James. Picks the ball up and finishes. Good continuation call by Monty McCutcheon, and Miami extends their lead to 5.
James and Cephalosha battling. James drives, fires it up, banks it in. What? Wade splits, back up LeBron James, drives hard, count it and 1. Game offensively that they played their game too easily as LeBron James gets inside. James, Durant already has a foul. James, other players played big minutes, picked up the slack. James attacks, and James in the 4th quarter. James, though, makes a Levi's bad pass. Bosh with the steal. James drives, powers in, and gets the layup to go. Little jab step. Shot clock down to 7. Backs up with Ibaka on him. James drives past him, head fake, puts it up, banks it. Nobody has 3 fouls in this game. Plenty with 2. James, oh, he made it. LeBron James kicks it up top. Batty left wide open, nails another. Durant on the bench with 4 fouls. James the drive, gets it to go. He's got James on the drive. Inside pass and thrown down by 6 to shoot. James on the drive, on the pull-up, bank shot. Beautiful on Wade. James with the jump shot, gets it to go.
Teammate Kevin Durant, he tells me constantly how much he appreciates what I do for this basketball team. As LeBron.
James, hop step. Durant with a shot blocked. You don't see that often. James the drive. Scoop layup. Boy, saw that coming. Nice outlet to Wade. Here comes James. Heat looking to push. James drives inside. And a foul.
Trotting Oklahoma City defense in transition leaves Durant out on an island. Cephalosha, Westbrook, Perkins. Miami's got to find somebody who can space the floor.
James, hot step, lays it up. Nice soft touch. Wade kicks it out. James for three. Puts it in. Harden, meanwhile, loses the ball. James the drive. Count it and one. Durant his fifth foul. And James puts Miami up by 6.
Good decision by Chalmers. Durant a little late.
And now beat by 5. James puts his head down, drives inside, and puts it in. They isolate James with Cephalosha, gets past him inside. Perkins greets him, misses. James the rebound, back up and to the rim. Bosch greeted him. James releases down the other end and banks it in. Cephalosha tries again, gets inside, left-handed. Ball knocked away. Lead pass to Wade for the finish.
For the game, Oklahoma City has to play fast.
James Jones off the dribble, back up top. LeBron James down the lane, layup is good. First half. James goes right at Cephalosha, banks in another. Chalmers sets, puts it up. That won't go. James rifle pass to Wade. Oh, what a... Now Durant back on James. Knocks down. James drives on Durant, falls down. Fisher picks it up. James slow to get up. It's a 5-on-3. Fisher to the basket. Oh, what a block from Wade. James down the other end now. Pulls up and banks it in. What a... Tries a 3. Bang! LeBron James from downtown. Comes back on the floor. He's obviously still limping and nails the three-pointer.
And we saw a similar shot against Boston in the crucial Game 7. Terrific extension.
Facing elimination in these playoffs. Durant throws it away to Chalmers. James on the break and the finish. Way through the first. James drives right at Ibaka. Count it and a foul.
No one picks up Bosch, so no one's up on the screen on the ball. James gets a running start and attacks the rim with ferocity and strength.
Harden back on James. Quick spin, drive right at Perkins and banks it in.
Harden's body. And that's too easy. And Perkins has...
James kicks it out. Miller for 3. Bang! Mike Miller! Stolen by Chalmers. Back to LeBron James. Lays it in. James drives. Kicks it out. Battier for 3. Again! Up at the clock and wondering why it's not going quicker. Miller. Another 3. 6-3 point.
And then I think Mickey Arison, the owner, as James hits Wade.
Wade flips it up. That won't go. Still battling for rebounds. James won't. Gets another one. Puts it up. Banks it in. And a foul.
With that title.
They're celebrating on the bench. So happy. It has
valuable player trophy of the 2012 NBA Finals.
James on the drive. That's good shot selection right there. As the Heat starts 3 for 3 again.
James spinning against Nash. Deflected into the hands of James. James goes past Bryant, draws the foul at 4. James drives to the rim. Count it and another deflection, another offensive rebound, and a 3 for LeBron James with the steal. Nash back to James. Timeout Lakers. I think Chalmers got a piece of it. The deflection. James to the basket. The largest of the afternoon.
The first 2 games between these clubs. A steal by Wade. He's got LeBron there off the glass and down the well.
That woke up the crowd. That's what they did in the old
lead. Actually a 6-point lead now.
20-5 run.
That's good.
Seized the moment, shooting an oval Horford. It's out of his hands. All net, baby. That's what he thinks. There's a steal by Wade. Uh-oh, here comes LeBron. You see it coming all the way.
That was quite impressive from both players.
So it was 4 seconds, 3. LeBron with
when he goes inside, he can score. He can finish, so you have to respect him.
Will 7.6 is to forecourt. LeBron gets a Haslam screen.
The jump shot.
LeBron nearly lost it. Brandon Knight poked it away from behind. 4 on the Knight in front of him. Sizes him up. 5 on the clock. 69 lead. Anybody surprised LeBron has it? Here's it working against Tayshaun. Clock at 7. Up fake. Now full paint by LeBron. Still with it. With a drive. Lays it up. Lays it in.
Over the shoulder shot by D. Wade. So Wade, who comes in matching up with 37-year-old Ray Allen. LeBron James a little bit on his way to the bucket. It'll be James. Same result. A creative move there.
Good job shrinking the floor by the Hornets right now. That's his only option. If he's making that, you just...
Cole stays out there in the backcourt with Ray Allen as Wade gets a break once again. And it goes a handoff, and it was given right to Ray Allen from Lou Amundsen. LeBron of the season. Steph Curry has distanced himself, though. LeBron is... It'll be LeBron in rhythm. And another. LeBron James. Spectacular performance tonight. 8:20 and counting left in the half, and a 20-point lead. 31 came in the first 18 minutes of the game. And a reverse.
This looks like a 3.
And he got it over Aminu.
Alley-oop. Wow. Big diet of this. Throwing it up and letting LeBron go up there and throw it.
LeBron mainly on the low post now. Turns and fires it over Parsons. Bosh, good job of trailing it. They're going to go for a 3. Got it. Put up with the miss. Right to Bosh. Bosh back to James. James got the 3.
And he's the guy you don't want to leave out on the court.
Don't leave this guy either. 7% from behind the arc to start the season. LeBron puts it up and in. 8 on the shot clock. James falls back, fires, hit. Wow. Yep. Allen back to James. James puts up a 3. D-Wade going to the basket. Parsons flips it. It goes to LeBron, and he puts it in for a 3. All the way to LeBron. LeBron raises up for a 3. Got it.
Just incredible there.
Wow, what a shot from LeBron James. James and Delfino. James and Delfino. James gets a step. Takes it up and in. And Miami has
the officials, and then he got run over. LeBron spinning short jumpers up, not stolen. LeBron.
Not much. You got to feel bad for this group. I mean, this was a group.
Wow, that's a deep 3. Goes quick and got the layup to go. Throws up the floater, everything going in tonight. We had the last day of the season, and one guy goes for
73.
Yeah, that's LeBron working against Damian Wilkins. Spins baseline.
Come on, Mark.
Block for James. Turns the corner, wow.
LeBron turns the Jets on and goes right underneath.
Speaking of Jets.
That's what he needs, that jump hook. That's a very nice move.
James gets a 3. James guarded by Butler. Couple of jab steps. LeBron James. He's got 8 threes already. James a drive. The finish. The foul.
Something and stay disciplined. Even when a guy like James used to say he wasn't going to pass it.
No, he made the attempt. This time a 3. Hits it and a foul. Clippers trying to hang around on what has been an offensive explosion for the Heat. James again.
James has played 14 minutes, still without a field goal. No longer. LeBron. He missed it. Got it back. Oh, he got hammered, but did score and draw the foul on Stackhouse. He's defending Stackhouse. LeBron with a steal. LeBron with a slam.
Spacing was terrible on that. It was terrible on that. And again, when you very sloppy, careless play. Wow. Anderson sets the screen. Oh. LeBron has 20. Trying to bug LeBron. LeBron will go one-on-one. And LeBron James on 4. Cousins have fallen down. LeBron, if it counts, LeBron, now watch this. Goes behind his back against Isaiah Thomas and the left-hander. And no whistle. Three-pointer.
Rebound. Heat trail by 1. 8 minutes to go. LeBron all the way through for the goal. Gordon pitches out to LeBron. He attacks Henderson and scores again. Sessions double team. He coughed it up. And LeBron has Cole ahead of the field. Nice deflection. Look at that. Oh, my. In the fourth quarter. Crossover. Lay it up and in.
Oh, my.
Got Patterson up in the air. They're trying to complete the three-point conversion. LeBron working on Harden, and it's Dwayne Wade smothering, getting it up to LeBron, off to the races, gets up the throwdown.
In that first half, he'd had 14 assists. You know, and he'd have 25 or more assists. They're 11 and
got 20.
There you go. 5 guys touching the ball from one side of the court to the other.
And Juan will help.
Absolutely, and it's great in there when you're 37-30.
In it. Launch to LeBron, up and in.
Marvis, most of that damage was done with LeBron on the bench, so now he's back. Whoa!
LeBron James. Boy, that happens quite a bit. The other guy is LeBron again.
Pick and roll situations that get congested. Shot clock to 2. James over Noah. In the subsequent discussion with Bulls management, here's LeBron knocking down another long jumper.
7 on the shot clock for his excellence. Yep.
He heard you.
Some of your Saturday night enjoying NBA basketball with the world champs. Look at that. Oh, my.
A lot of late, Eric. And there's a steal from LeBron. Here comes a dunk.
This should be fun.
Yes.
Look out below. Triple-double of the season. With 11 minutes left in the game. I think he wants some points. Well, both teams played last night. The Heat winning in Philadelphia. The Cavs. Oh, no question. Yeah, the Cavs really miss him. Look at that. My goodness.
Just throw it up there. LeBron will go get it. Sometimes it's LeBron beating D-Wade. Look how high LeBron was on that.
LeBron with a steal. Here he comes. LeBron into the lane for the fadeaway. That's good.
No, he likes that move.
Chalmers has help and uses it. And Bosch outlets to LeBron. Here comes the freight train.
Uh-oh. With the left hand. They've made 8.
Here's LeBron. Gorgeous play for Miami. LeBron, nice pump fake. Look at that. Oh, my.
Here. Chalmers. White here. Watch this now. Out on the break. He's going to make the overall offensive game has not struggled at all.
LeBron attacks Cephalosum. Oh, didn't want the layup. Didn't get the assist. But Oklahoma City was running around. Nobody tagged. LeBron over Ibaka. Wade got Perkins in the air. LeBron on the attack to the top. And one. LeBron gets Perkins. He clears space. He wants to take Kendrick. He'll take a deep 2.
James throws it ahead to Cole. Cole, nice ball fake. Alley-oop. And there's a bucket. And James goes high to throw it. James for 3. Bang! And they played was actually the season opener for the Knicks. Alley-oop. James throws it down.
On this cut without any body contact.
Smith almost daring James to shoot it. He does and puts it in. Way off on the mark. Ball batted back out. James for 3. Ties the game. James puts his head down, drives, lefty layup, banks it in, and it's stolen by LeBron James and flushes it down. LeBron James, he had 14 fourth quarter points.
Empty trick for Minnesota. Wade behind the back for LeBron, who
throws it down.
It's high field goal percentages.
LeBron puts it up with the left hand.
Cannot complete the three-point play.
LeBron takes it right into the paint. They're lost in all the shuffle, Jim. LeBron James with the follow.
Bosh tipping it ahead for LeBron. 3-on-1 break. Here it comes. Oh my! Maybe the most entertaining fast break in basketball when D-Wade and LeBron are on the fast break. On to that number 8 spot. Here comes LeBron. Look out! Oh my! Another wham with the right hand for James.
Probably not.
LeBron, kaboom. With 7, with 5, on the drive, lays it in, and the Heat lead by 1. And the winning streak lives on to a sweet 16. And here they come. Cole back to LeBron. You can see it coming. 2 dynamite years in a row for Golden State. 2 years ago, 194 triples, an average 16. Chance to foul Hawes out. LeBron on the drive. Got it! 10th rebound, giving him his 30th double-double. Here he goes! He can fly! 35 left in the quarter. Miami's up 8. LeBron from the baseline. It's good.
A good matchup for Indiana right here. Hansbrough guarding LeBron.
The turnaround is right there at 5. LeBron drives on Hibbert, right by him! Stevenson took it away. LeBron! Point lead for the 76ers. LeBron taking it right back at Evan Turner.
Have a foul to give here if they want to use it.
LeBron for 3. Kaboom. Half a second on the shot clock. And the breakout for LeBron James. Wow.
And it's not falling.
LeBron breaks through. Look out! Wham on the reverse. Points, only 2 in the third quarter on free throws. The spin and the score. 29-10 on the backboard.
Battier had great defense at the other end, but the Heat gave up the offensive rebound.
Brought down by Bosh. Hit ahead for LeBron. Nice catch. Oh, what a finish. Largest lead for Cleveland. Oh, my.
LeBron's trying to get the Heat back, trying to inspire him here. Go down, do the reverse dunk.
3. Kaboom.
In traffic.
LeBron, pull up 3. It's good. And Miami has tied the game at 77. Quarter for LeBron. Here's another one. Yes.
And James, where's the help? Crossover move to the basket. Layup is good. He thought he got hit. Ball batted around and taken by the Heat. James and Wade, 2-on-1. Alley-up to James. As it's stolen by Chalmers. Back to James. Throws it down again. And it's a 5-point game. Heinrich gets inside, running. Layup blocked by James.
Wade from behind takes it away. Chalmers, Cole, James! Whoa! And a technical foul called on Miami for the taunt. See that high Boston turnover number. LeBron comes to the rim. Ball was added to this Boston team. James on the outside.
Oh, and now they're isolating. Everyone's going one-on-one.
Late clock. James hits. Terry fought for position, couldn't contain it, and James scores. Green's coming to the scorer's table.
You see, they got the automatic switch.
James comes right across the lane. Green guarding clock at 4. James steps into a jumper and rattles it in. LeBron James gives Miami a 2-point lead with 10.5 to go.
That he would have difficult.
And stolen by Chalmers. LeBron makes the catch. Oh, my.
The axiom, you don't shoot it as soon as you catch it when you come off the bench. You get warm a little bit. I think that's what Shane just did.
LeBron fouled by Monroe. Basket counts. Georgetown. LeBron for 3. Kaboom. He's got LeBron as a trailer. He's got him. And he's got 2 and the foul. After going 6 of 7 on the first. LeBron from Cole. Oh, my. Defying gravity.
Hand cuts that the Heat players make.
Shot clock at 3. LeBron to his left. Oh, my. 55% shooting for the Heat, though. LeBron. Oh, my.
To his left.
Heat are looking for a 16th straight win at home. Another deuce for
James free throw line, ducks in, and the jumper good. They had won 8 of 9. James goes in and scores. He had turns, left hand. Wade out to James, his three-point shot good. George has 4, he defends James for a step-back jumper.
Defending LeBron. 3 seconds.
Everybody came to see.
Bingo. Steal by LeBron. Showtime. LeBron. LeBron. High glass and good. LeBron.
Well, so they can do just that. Chalmers on the takeaway up. 4-0.
Shoot, there's no help for that. I can't help you as your teammate.
Oh. How about Anderson as a pickup on a reigning championship team?
And he's been hot tonight, so why not make that three? Make Miami come with the dart underneath.
Oh! LeBron James dancing in and out of the paint. Jennings the same. Dunleavy from the top. They can't stop LeBron James. Henson went with him. 13 for James. Watches Chalmers cut through the paint. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. All night long, right? James and Bash, 28 points, 28 of the 46 for Miami. First 2-second chance overplays. Picks it. And assists LeBron James.
Points defensively. Miami's got 105 right now. Make that 108.
It's going to be a layup or a dunk here. Well, it is a dunk off the lob. Look, pass picked off by Bosch. Here comes LeBron.
The biggest concern for the Lakers, they turn the ball over a lot, and if you turn it over from every other spot on the floor.
This is a mismatch right here.
And LeBron takes advantage
In the paint, so it's been very difficult to implement these two guys offensively together.
And James goes right at Gasol for turnover. Wade, beautiful pass to James, and he scored. James checking the shot clock. It's down to 4. Here's LeBron.
Now they become impossible to guard.
James with the runner. And here is Wade slipping it to James with 3 seconds.
So Dwayne Wade, and on that turn, LeBron James.
It counts, and with Miami in foul difficulty, Rashard Lewis. Oh, James with a... Earl Clark got picked off. James to the rim. It counts. 87 points a game, which is middle of the pack. Here's LeBron with the reverse.
Come on, man.
World Peace now defending on James, who fires it. That's a 3 from James. Yes. Quick.
Here's Miami.
Here's LeBron. Yes. Timeout, Lakers.
James fires away, flick of the wrist, the three-pointers. Miami still with the best record in the East. The hesitation from James to the basket. On James, looking for his offense a little bit more. Goes right past him that time. James.
I like the energy level that we're seeing from Miami.
James for 3. LeBron on the inbounds. James off 1 foot.
Now be careful right there. They showed it to you in that first half.
Oh, James knocks it down.
They were not set up for a zone attack. And then this guy, LeBron James, has come out in the second half.
First play of the game. And the Heat turn over the Raptors. The lob for LeBron. Minutes, they were down by double digits for all but 18 seconds in the second half. Look out! LeBron! What's left here in the first quarter. LeBron against Anderson. Oh, he took it right to the rack and powering it home. Alonzo Mourning and P.J. Brown and Thunder Dan and all the rest. Tim Hardaway. LeBron, the first place in the East. LeBron with a steal and slam. Victory. By the way, a win today would not only... Here's LeBron for 3. Kaboom!
Conference All-Stars, just as you mentioned.
Coach, every staff would like to have a few days off, but... Oh, LeBron.
Conclusion, LeBron's individual greatness surpassed only by his commitment to play.
Shot clock down to 5. James.
There's a long way to go with this guy. The one thing we do know is he knocks down another 3.
James to the step back.
He had those type of numbers until I just looked at the stat sheet during that last timeout.
All right, here's James again.
Someone needs to send help immediately.
James immediately. Shot clock rolling down. It's down to 1. James again able to bail out.
You can say all you want about the rift between Kobe Bryant
in the Ibaka defender on James. One on the 24. And James hits 7th straight win. Oh, it's James off the inbounds.
LeBron fires it up. No panic. LeBron stop and goes against Millsap.
Non-existent. LeBron beats a similar space at the top. And their phones at halftime, too, so they're hearing the same thing. James knocks down.
Now, he has to be part of the action.
James, same spot. Longtime PR person here with the Celtics, so that happened, I'm sure, late at halftime. And then Rondo coming back here at the start of the second half. 0.9 the difference, game and shot clock. He loves to attack from this spot late in the quarter. James can go get it as it was deflected. Now down to 10 seconds left. James for the tie. Got them all! Ball came right to James. Bullies his way to the basket again. Places, 44th minute. James got a step coming to the basket. On a contact, blocking foul.
Off the steal. Here comes Wade for LeBron. Or two with a sprained ankle.
Good communication between coach and player.
LeBron for 2. For 34 years before relocating to Brooklyn this year. LeBron for
35 to go in the half. The ball faked by James and Beasley. 1 minute to go in the half. LeBron James puts on a one-man show.
Miller, the lob to James. Can't jump and pass against his team.
James, runner. The pick by Bosh. James.
Atlanta Hawks. LeBron cuts back third, hammers it home. 8 on the shot clock for LeBron. Fading back, but right. James drives in and makes a tough shot over Joel. Back to LeBron for 3. Kaboom.
Oh boy, talk about last 2 rebounds to LeBron.
LeBron with a burst, bumps with Williams, draws the foul and finishes. Allen leads LeBron, who hammers it home. So a new era begins in Phoenix without Nash after 8 years with him. LeBron.
Throughout the years. You've heard them all.
How about that? That's a good one. I guess you could tell Steve LeBeau's back with us, our ace statistician. Oh my! Quarter, he'd have scored 6 straight points as LeBron looks for more. Here comes LeBron. Right at Brandon Knight. Right by Knight.
6'8", 250 pounds, coming right into your living room. You're watching the Miami Heat.
Here comes Miami. LeBron! Crash! Boom! Hurrah!
Oh, my.
Magistrate. The ascending greatness of Dwayne Wade. McHale, Bird, and Parrish. Here's LeBron on the runway. Look out below.
We did. You know, we went out there and did what we had to do. As soon as Zoe went down, Coach came and talked to us.
And his roommate in college down in Gainesville was Mike Miller. Nice little move right there by LeBron James. 7. James.
Wow.
Beautiful shot by LeBron.
And look how wide LeBron James gets.
They got to be careful right here because somebody might get a wide open 3 when he takes the ball to the basket.
James.
Oh, my God.
Xavier Henry making his 2nd straight start. The spin and the layup. Trailed by 7 in this quarter. Aminu guarding LeBron. A blow by. Leading the Hornets. There's a steal by LeBron. LeBron racing ahead by Vasquez for the slam. It shows 11 first half points on 5 of 6 shooting. How about 2 more? That's in the second quarter, the best field goal percentage in the second quarter this season for Miami. Chalmers with the steal. Oh my! Great court vision.
On the center of the floor, he's going to come into your picture here, I believe. And what a perfect pass by.
He's in the half court without Dirk as LeBron gets free for the lob. What of opportunities for the Mavs. James pulls it up for 3. Yes, and Dirk Nowitzki can't come back soon enough. I mean, they get involved in a game like this as James knocks down the 3 and LeBron James with.
He has not scored yet until now. Dwayne Wade checking the ball, another steal. Here goes James. Here comes the show. Harrison Barnes picked up his 3rd foul. Now you get Draymond Green defending LeBron, and James hits the long 2.
Just cleaning up the glass for the Warriors.
He's got 9 rebounds as LeBron fires and connects.
Uh-oh, one more.
LeBron with a pull-up. James hit it. The youngest in NBA history. 20,000 career points. Player to reach that mark at age 28. LeBron backing up and hitting another one. And Haslam's got it. Wade alley-oop. Oh, LeBron with a finish.
Well, two wins in a row for the Lakers, albeit the Cleveland Cavaliers, Milwaukee Bucks.
James again, 25.
The Bucks bench, Milwaukee leading by 8. James with a quick move at the first step and a take a foul, side court. Flash. Teller to fouling out there right on the to start the quarter. James draws a foul out of Hugo. They're going to count the. Oh my gosh. Miami team 6-5 on the road. They have played an awful lot of home games. LeBron better than it has in the last couple of years. I think that started in the playoffs as James not the last 4 minutes. Oh, the out-of-road pass. 6.7 assists for Rondo. James gets it away. Yes, and the foul. Turn back. Here comes LeBron. Miami in possession. James open for 3. Yes. And that's what everybody's kind of waiting to see. LeBron James for 3. Still alive for Miami. Shot clock to 5. Here's James.
Brown against Smith for the fade. And does. Cole to LeBron. 10 points. And the Hawks have evened the game. LeBron unevens it. A 3 for Miller. LeBron ramming it through.
It wound up with Teague trying to keep LeBron off the boards, and you said it. Good matchup for the Heat defensively.
LeBron rattles down a 3. He rolls it ahead to LeBron. Look out. James on the move.
Did he get a fast break at the other end?
LeBron, oh my!
This pass down. I guess you can't throw it too high for that man. Again, elbow above the rim.
Here he goes, Mr. Tired. The transition, this is the first look at that reverse.
James on his way. Kemba back. James, that was easy.
Fox finishes, and then Kemba Walker, there's nothing you can do. You got a three-point shooter on,
because otherwise it's a travel. James down the lane, up and over.
And then defense kind of reacts, and LeBron James.
James on the wing. He'll fire. Oh! Biyombo switches out with Warwick, who's now covering Haslam. 3 more. Oh!
LeBron James right there, he realized, hey, okay, I got Biz that switched out on me. He's going to give me so much ground because he does not want to get beat. I want to get my rhythm again off the bounce. Shoot.
Fareed, he throws it away. Chalmers and James. With Miller.
Oh, my goodness.
And here comes LeBron in flight Heats. And the shot clock at 2. LeBron.
Throwing medicine at the offensive glass.
Miller watching James. Love it. Has 6 assists tonight. James with Iguodala defending. LeBron with the best defender for the Denver Nuggets is Iguodala. And LeBron
going long for LeBron. Makes the catch. Look out below. And they turn it over for the 4th time. LeBron has Miller, keeps it, and smashes it down.
It's interesting. I mean, either that's an assist or it's a rebound. It's one or the other. They didn't give him either. That Exmo replay was brought to you by Rand Eye Institute.
And, Tony, I really believe that LeBron did that, not just in the first. LeBron comes middle on Pamute and made it look easy. Side is clear for LeBron against Daniels. That's good. Push we just showed. Here's Haslam.
Yes.
Excuse me, LeBron. LeBron from the wing. Yes.
Second chance.
In field goal percentage allowed.
Yeah, it was pretty high earlier in the year. Coach Bolson now is proud of that thing.
Here's Twain. LeBron!
Dwayne knew it.
Has no back down in his makeup. James draws a foul and powered right through it. This has been the Heat's best quarter of the game. LeBron! LeBron against C.J. Miles. He'll let it fly. 2 more for LeBron James. Backs up. Zeller defending. 3 on the way. Kaboom! Cleveland has 7 straight points since it was even at 101.
In the NBA, anything can happen as LeBron scores.
Here in the quarter. Ball poked away by Millsap. 5 to shoot. Down to 3. Put it up.
rattles it in. Tough shot.
I don't know. I just play.
How about that move?
Missed the jumper.
What a struggle tonight. Foyt, 1 of 9. And on the other end, it's an easy layup. The Bulldog hustles. But the ball goes to the LeBron. Bang, down.
LeBron with a steal on the Batum pass. Here he comes, racing by Batum, and right to the bucket.
Wes Matthews probably shoots better with a guy in his face.
LeBron brings him right to the paint and dunks it home.
That's about
the over the Heat in the 2011 NBA Finals. LeBron with a steal. Here he comes. Brown against his former Cleveland teammate Sasha Pavlovich with a shot clock at 4. Drives in and scores. That was pretty. 1 in games decided by 2 points or less. LeBron! Wham! Wade has 23. Look at Lillard fly in. LeBron with another spectacular block. And there's another. Allen on the breakout against Lillard. Back to LeBron. Oh my!
Correct. The Celtics back in 85, 86.
You are correct. Oh, James in 1980 playing for Red Holzman at first. James, yes. Off the steal by Allen. Shot clock down to 5. James over Chandler. Yes. Here comes James. Oh, my goodness.
Slamming it down the lane. But important.
Post up 101.
But he stayed up there to get the rebound.
Here he comes. 5 on the shot clock for LeBron. They made that look easy. LeBron got fouled. It rolls in. Allen fading out of bounds finds LeBron. He'll take the 3. Kaboom.
And he ties it.
4 to shoot. Oh my!
Here's James, and that's what missed by Wade. Runs under it. Joel Anthony sets a screen. James in the lane, off balance. Look at that. James fading, tough shot. Miami led. It was 10-8. Here's James tied up at 83, 81. James right to the rim, counted it. James!
LeBron following Chris Anderson down the floor. Drives in and banks it in. Cole looking ahead for LeBron. Oh my!
LeBron throws it down, and the Heat end the quarter on a roll up 4.
The deflection by LeBron and the dunk for LeBron.
Side was for a dunk. If he didn't make that steal, Charlotte would have scored 2 instead of an assistant on a coach on that team. And you felt in the locker room, you just felt you were going to win every game, pretty much the way the Heat feel.
Taylor guarding James, drives left. The pull-up. Yes. Anderson with a block. LeBron down the other end. Oh, man. Huge Wade. The lob for James. Oh, my.
Dirk's in early in this game.
LeBron, fouled by Kamen, they don't call it. LeBron.
Yeah, Mavericks have a foul to give if they want to use it.
LeBron with a turnover by Chalmers. Here comes LeBron by Dirk to the hoop for the basket and the foul. Shot clock at 4. LeBron against Kamen, right by him. He dribbled it into a turnover. LeBron by himself. LeBron with a second on the shot clock, unloads a 3. Cover. Instructions of Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra. LeBron all the way home. Third. LeBron off the spin. It falls and he'll go to the free throw line.
Battier in the game. Pass to James. Harkless guarding him. James up and under. Count it and 1. The rebound back to Chalmers. Goes past him to James, and James gets it to go. Chalmers to James, throws it down. He got a head of steam. Defensive stopper. He guards the best opponent. James goes right at him. Unstoppable and 1. Cole, will he throw it to James? Alley-oop to perfection. James, turnaround shot, puts it in.
LeBron with a steal, took it away from Simons. The chase is on. Oh my! the backboard. Another Kings turnover, a chance to run. Waiting for LeBron. Oh, man.
Well, they got what they paid for tonight.
Here comes LeBron. Look at him go. Oh, my. Right through Isaac. Box out and rebound. See what LeBron does. 1-on-2. Rips right through him.
Fabulous. Turnover, James the other way. Count it. That is a foul. A 2-on-1 Bosch's. James coming in.
But when you get Dwayne Wade a bounce pass to LeBron James
in his career, but he's gone 2 of 3 with Miami in the. Oh, look at LeBron!
I mean, you know, we used to see this a lot from Scottie Pippen when he would go.
Jump by Allen. Here he comes, and there he goes.
Hey, how about Ray Allen? Point to the sky, my friend.
I thought it was reverse. It was head on. We didn't see it, but he
oh, yeah.
Sanders jabbed away in a turnover. Here comes LeBron the other way. The 1-2 to the cup. Attacks the rim with the left hand to lead him on the right side. They'll go to work on Ellis. Bulldogs him right to the glass.
A lot of pace right now, putting pressure on the Heat.
Look at LeBron. LeBron off the screen. Sidesteps Udo.
February, then lost 4 straight and 7 of 8. The step back by James. Enormous wingspan. Here comes James. Puts the move on Ilyasova. James finding space, fires, and hits.
Been like that all his life. He says he thought he was Deion Sanders growing up because he played football.
The Birdman, Chris Anderson getting set to check it. Here's James for 3. Oklahoma City. Played about 15 minutes a game during.
Did not take a shot, had 2 free throws. James over Epe. James, will he make him pay? All the way, LeBron. If you take him from that stretch, LeBron on the turnaround here. Yep. Sanderson and Ray Allen have been so good in this postseason.
They've read all the situations right and to get a good shot.
And one. James on the drive. He said from day one, James, see you in the second round.
Just like their game plans when they hit the floor.
When the ball starts moving, and then you can penetrate and kick, as LeBron gets his first.
Another violation on Teague. Oh, rejected, but chased down. The Heat up by a point. James on a reverse. Done a very good job on LeBron James. Here's James with a fadeaway.
I hope he's going to be okay and back soon.
James able to back it home.
About all the minutes Butler has played, he's still able to stay in front of LeBron there. That's
3 of that last series. Good play by Bellinelli, but it's recovered by James.
Being a perfect pass to LeBron, and then Noah picks up his 4th foul.
Good hands there by Wade to break it up. And LeBron scores in the foul bucket.
Gathers his balance, puts it up with his left hand.
What a Heat's last 18 points. James, it counts down to 4. Here's James to the rim and score.
Die Hard 9 or something, I think.
Oh, the alley-oop. Here's LeBron going all the way. And we are seeing a 5 seconds left in the first. It's all LeBron. Spinning. And score! Behind. Foul by Cook.
And there's James knocking down.
Gain their offensive energy.
James. Wade deflected to James from the corner. That's a 3. LeBron,
The right decision.
James pulls up for 3. That's good. LeBron
By the Miami Heat. First to James. Deep 3 right in the shot clock. From
James drives out of lane, running shot. Count it and 1. LeBron James with a big 3. And then a big 3-point play the old-fashioned way. 99.
So they've been doing that effectively. And off the steal, here's James with the stuff.
Watch this trap.
The good looks continue, but he continues to struggle. James gets
anybody I've ever seen more of it just playing through contact. How many times have we seen this?
And then Wade turned.
Yeah.
And he averaged 24 again. Oh, the alley-oop. Miami in possession. James for 3. Shot clock to 6. James with the turnover. Only 6 shots. James, where he's just going to dominate. He needs to work on the offensive glass. There's James. James over George. For LeBron James, 9 points. He's hit 4 of 5 from James.
And I think Miami is adapting here in the third quarter.
Here's James. Kept alive by Haslam. Nice pass for James.
In the fourth quarter, I'm not quite sure he's 100% healthy from that jam toe.
By Hibbert. James is one on the shot. James picked up by Hill. Goes at him. Here's LeBron, and he puts it home. Battier gets it in. Here's James on the drive for the win. Water off on time. LeBron James taking to the rim, and Miami. Indiana turns it over. And here's LeBron.
Wait, that's his third. What did Charles call him at halftime? A weapon of mass destruction.
Gives final seconds of the third. Here's James with a long three. It's good.
Miami able to close the quarter just as they did in the first 2.
James now picked up by George and able to bank it home. James for 3. Here is James. It counts.
He probably is the best.
Foul on George. And the steal by James. No one in sight, and he hammers it down. Crowd wanted a palm on that dribble as LeBron. James comes across. James down the lane. Here's the floater over Hibbert. James backing in. Shot clock to 4. LeBron again to the Pacers are on it. 2-on-1. Here's Hill. Rejected by James.
Did you see LeBron James go to the summit? I mean, meet me at Mount Everest.
And James Wade gives it right back. Now James for 3. And for the Pacers. LeBron for 3.
Oh, that's huge.
Indiana has led by as many as 7. They're up here by 5. James with a beautiful spin to beat Hill in game 2. Here's James from in close.
Defensive plays by Miami.
Haslam set the pick, and James able to shot clock to 5. James, yes. Where it appeared that Miami was going to pull away and Indiana would hang right in. James for 3. Okay, 3 games to 2 lead. Back to Indiana for game 6. James with a deep throw.
Series for Miami. But it's been LeBron James. Almost a one-man show until Udonis Haslam joined the...
James for 3, right back at you. James got the angle and scores. Here's James on the drive. Palmer's passed on a 3 on the drive. The auto is put home.
A concerted effort to get into the paint.
Young. Here's Cole for the alley-oop.
Roll it to the sky and let me finish.
Oh, look at that. As we've seen in this series, Indiana really is probably one shooter short.
To back out. James off the dribble over George. Yes.
Points. Duncan with his 1 foul on LeBron James. Drives, layup, good. James steps back and knocks down a 3. And James once again pushing. Drives, goes right at Neal and makes...
Guys like Anthony who stay ready, who are not in the normal rotation.
James pulls back. Drives down, lefty layup, banks it in. Shot clock winding down. James, jump shot. Leonard just poked it away momentarily. James, though, answers with a jump.
Into Duncan's space.
Chalmers to James. Leonard throws down Birdman, who flopped a bit. James hits the jumper. Chalmers. James drives hard to the basket and finishes. 4 to shoot. Parker, spread the beat. Oh, what a block from James! And this is a big man who's got some momentum. And James greets him and throws it right back. He started to lose it there just a little bit at the end. Stolen by James. Miller ahead. Here it goes. Down. Brady playing in his first NBA Finals game. James for the rebound.
And great block out by Dwayne Wade on splitter.
James to the basket. Another turnover. That's 6 already for the Spurs. James goes to the basket, banks in another by 10 earlier in the period. They did not lead at all as James rattles in another one. 4 to shoot. Quick spin move, and again banks in the list. 4 to shoot. James hits it. And James catch and shoot. Line drive, drills it. Ahead is James. Parker tries to get in front of him, and Ray Allen leans in. James the rebound, back up and in off the minute and a half remaining. James pulls up, and he said he was in a funk. James again. The San Antonio crowd that was deafening on Thursday in that blowout victory. James caps it off by nailing a 3. Deflected. Miller alley-up to James, and this one he greeted by Bosch. Another good defensive play from Chris Bosch. Wade to James, can't stop that. Is on James. 6 to shoot. James powers in. Reverse layup. 5 to shoot. James backs in. There's the help from Green. Good help defense, but just that the Heat isn't their final period of the season. James to the basket and the finish. 6 to shoot. Chalmers behind to James and the flush. Chalmers in the paint. Off balance. Wild shot thrown down. Single coverage. James backs in. Left-handed. Off the dribble. Drives. Inside to Duncan. Blocked by James. James on the drive, leans in, banks it in, tie game.
What a defensive play by LeBron James. Guarding Tony Parker.
Trying to make him shoot. James drives and finishes. Rebound tipped. Still loose. Picked up by Miller. Back out to James. Another 3. It's good. James knocks it.
Like Dwayne Wade, who looks energetic.
James and a foul.
But the balls come to a stop a lot more.
James for 3. Ray Allen picks it out. James sets 3-pointer. It's good. James steps wide open for 3. That's 3 3-pointers for Green. James will try another 3. Puts it in. LeBron James. Again, look how far off they're playing. He'll try it again. It's good. LeBron James. 7. That were the Spurs in the opening minutes. James pulls up, puts it in. Shot clock at 5. James puts it up, knocks it down. 6 to shoot. James. It's good.
And it doesn't look like.
James pulls up, puts it in. 4-point lead. 35 for LeBron James.
Leonard tries to close the gap late. Excellent balance by James and knocks it in to give him a 4-point lead.
It's back-to-back titles for the Heat. The 2013 NBA championship resides once again in Miami.